Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. How are you doing? We see several people in the chat right there. Welcome everyone. Let's see, who do we have here? We've got Mark. Welcome back as usual. We've got Oscar. Hello. Is this the first time visiting? Welcome. We've got Chance. Welcome as well. Chance, welcome back. So, looks like we are going to get a pretty good crowd for tonight's gameplay and giveaway and all that good stuff. So, the way this will work is the giveaway. Let me switch over here. The giveaway will be real life magic cards, perfect for, I guess, modern or commander or whatever kitchen table fun stuff people are doing. So I'm also having the card cam over here, so we'll actually see it in real life like that. You'll also see my extremely messy desk there. Hey, there's Spider-Man. So we're gonna see this soon enough. We're gonna crack it open. So we got several goals. We're gonna do some magic gameplay. We're going to do that crack a pack for real life cards. And you're gonna help me test out my cool new features of the stream. Now there, Oscar, I see you're chatting a bit often. Don't worry about it. If you're new to the stream, just hang out for a bit. It'll all come together in due time. So here's something everyone can try out right now. I'm trying out this new system in my chat feature. If you type exclamation point points. Try that, everyone, for a moment. Right there in your chat, try exclamation point points, P-O-I-N-T-S. There's this new system that I've got set up. Hopefully I've got it set up right, where everyone is going to be kind of like earning points and stuff. You don't have the game. How do you get it? You go to magic.com, and then you can go get the game. So let's see, is that working? I see Chance, you typed points. Did you get any feedback? Okay, right there, Streamlabs should have said, Chance, you have 1 point. Okay, so that seems to be working. When people hang out in the chat and people talk, so you need exclamation point and then points. When you hang out in the chat, and when you also, welcome Justin, and when you also chat actively on topic, of course, you will be accumulating points. We just saw there, so this is Justin, you have so far 0 points, but don't worry, you'll be earning points as well. Points plural. You'll be earning points. Now, I'm still setting it up completely to see how that fully works, but as people accumulate points, they'll also get cool stuff. Let's do one game of Magic. Let me switch over here to the Magic. Let's do one game of Magic just to kind of get the juices flowing of a little bit of gameplay. We're going to do the giveaways and so forth, of course. How long will this stream last? So right now it is 11 p.m. Pacific time in California, and so probably 1 to 2 hours or so. How long will this you're Shen from Twitch? Thought you would jump onto YouTube. Okay, cool. Thank you there for visiting over from there to here. Do I post it? The post what? The points, or what are we posting? So what I want to do here is just to kind of get a little bit of gameplay going on. I'm going to play this vampire deck, and we'll see how it goes. we have several options to do here. Actually, let me also start something here. Do you post it as in mailing it in the post? Yes, exactly. If it's physical cards, I will mail them to you in the post. Hopefully I'm not sending it to too many people all over the world, where I will then be paying for that. But we'll see how it goes. Can you explain the historical cards for sale? What's that about? Historic on Arena? We can look at it in a moment. We can look to see what cards of Historic are available. Basically, it's 25 new cards that are added to Arena. 25 new, quote, cards. And these are cards that have existed previously in the world of Magic, and now they're available on Arena. So we can see what those are in a moment. But what I also want to do... Now, sorry here about the volume of things. Arena has a bug at the moment that if you switch away from the main game, you will lose the sound for a moment, unfortunately. And then it kind of sounds all weird there. So sorry if the sounds a little bit weird sometimes. Now, on screen, it might have said... some asterisks. For whatever reason, there's a bug in there too. If you check in the main chat window, not on the screen, but in the main chat window, there should have been a poll that appeared. Go ahead and vote in the poll if you want, and give that a try as well. So So try to do that poll there. Uh-oh, they're going to take out my knight. That's okay, they still get hit. So it's going to be exclamation point, vote, and then space. And then, yeah, that's exactly how you do that. Don't forget to put the space in there. It is very specific, so it says right there, Mark voted for black. So I'm still trying out all this fun streamer stuff to get the total interaction working. And again, oh man, so being in the chat and hanging out and such will accumulate points. Remember, you can do exclamation point points, and it'll also tell you how many points you have. Okay. So let's see about this. So now I need to manage a bunch of things at once. I need to manage the gameplay. I need to manage the chat and all of that, but don't worry, we'll get it all working well. Draconic Disciple, I haven't seen that one in years. Okay, so that'll be a scry. Don't need any more lands. And if I attack with a bunch of things here, so I think people are accumulating points a little too slow. I'll change that setting in just a moment. Uh-oh, so many triggers. Look at that Cruel Celebrant. So is that form of the dinosaur really helping you out? Because you keep damaging yourself. At the beginning of your upkeep, form deals 15 damage to target creature and opponent controls, and that creature deals damage equal to its power to you. So it just bounces back. So they're getting hurt from that thing, I guess. Okay, so everything might get a little big right here. We're gonna say vampires. So that becomes a dragon, and I guess we'll attack a little bit later. You have to leave. Okay, here's what we'll do. down at the bottom of the stream, there's a Discord link. Join the Discord link, and we'll be in touch. So follow that link down at the bottom. It's not an active link, but go ahead and click on it and see how that comes in. Okay, I think this might be really cool here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 in total. I'm going to get to draw a bunch of cool cards right here. Cooking dinner and watching, no problem. Totally appreciate that. Don't burn the... Ooh. Don't burn yourself there. Ooh, I need that prison realm. So again, that dragon form of the dinosaur is hurting yourself, but I guess because of that prowler. Okay, so the poll automatically closes. A late dinner for West Coast. Yes. Well, Mark is over on the in New Zealand actually. Okay, let's get rid of the dinosaur. Well, I guess they're gonna summon another dinosaur, or not dinosaur, but dragon. That's fine. Oh, I need that mortify. Okay. I won't be... Oh, actually I will. I'll be able to cast that mortify right away. Watch this. 1 black mana for Ebon Legion. Draws me a card. Mortify to my hand. Mortify the dragon. The path is clear. Sir Butterhips was the opponent. I didn't even notice their name until now. Okay, cool. So we won a game right there. Vampires getting the job done. Okay, so let's switch over back to the amazing cam there. And let's assess a few things. So, like I said, I'm trying several things at once. In terms of, we were trying out the poll previously, and the polling, it was automatic close. So, did it ever show on screen? Thank you for that, GG there. Did it ever show it on screen, the results of the poll? Now, for some reason, my Twitch, my Twitch output looks horrific. What is going on with Twitch? I'll check that in a moment. Yeah, I'll check that in a moment. And so, did it ever pop up to say what the poll was? Results. Let's see, complete. If I click complete there, poll completed. So it runs out of time, but I guess it doesn't automatically show itself. I guess now it'll show it on screen there. Yeah, the results were a tie between blue, black, and green. So everyone voted. Well, after I completed it, I can't see it anymore. But when people voted, everyone voted for each of those. So everyone have your hands full at the moment. Yeah, no problem. So that's one thing. Now let me change something else over here. Redemption items. Okay, so everyone's getting those points also for winning an arena code, but I think I set it too high and people are going to have a hard time reaching it. I set it to 100 points to win a thing, but people are getting them very slowly. So let's do it like this. I can change it right over here somewhere. Just a moment here. Okay, so this is telling me how many points people are getting. That's cool. So it says you have chance, you have 3, and I notice here you have 3. Okay, so that's fine. We've got we've got it like that. Okay, so let me change the settings. People are earning points a little too slowly. Let's say, gonna boost it up, turbocharge it, like this. Okay, so we're gonna set that up in a new way. Let me save that. I think that will automatically have people accumulate a few more points a little bit faster. So I won't reveal how people are getting points exactly yet, but it might have something to do with being on the stream and hanging out and being active and that sort of thing. So I'll reveal the full thing about that soon enough. But let's switch over here to the card cam. We're not going to open these just yet. I know I'm keeping everyone in suspense. And I have my notes right here just to confirm all of this is kind of working. Okay, so before we get into the real part of the game and the giveaway and such, I just wanted to show something off right here. This is, let me get that to focus right here. This is a vintage, I'm going to show off some vintage cards I just bought recently because I'm building a vintage commander deck. Well, I'm fine-tuning my existent vintage commander deck, and I should go get it and just to kind of show it off a little bit more. But I wanted to get a bunch of mana rocks. I'm building this vintage commander deck with cards only from like back in the day, back in the late 90s. And so obviously the best mana rocks back then were Black Lotus, Mox Jet, Mox Sapphire, but I don't have any of those. And then there's also Soul Ring, but you know, a revised Soul Ring is a few bucks that I don't really want to get. So instead I'm buying some of these that are still, you know, less than $1. And so I have here a Mannequin. This is from Tempest, 1998. 2 mana, it gives you 1 colorless mana. Plus a 1/1 creature. So it's a mana dork mana rock. 2 mana for 1 colorless. So that's one of the mana rocks I'm adding to that vintage deck. I'm adding good old Mind Stone. They still print this one. 2 mana, you get 1 colorless mana. And then later you can tap, pay 1 sacrifice. It draws you a card in case you don't need the mana anymore. This is from Weatherlight, also from 1998. So got that Mind Stone mana rock. Next we're going over to Worn Power Stone. Love the art on that. And again, this is the classic border. Mark and me, we know about this old classic stuff. This is when they first moved the copyright info to the center of the card. Whoa, remember that? It was always on the left side, and then they moved it to the center. Plus started adding collector numbers. Yeah, they don't have it there on Weatherlight yet. Yeah, they don't have it on Weatherlight yet. Oh, actually, these are from 1997. Then this one's from 1998. Worn Power Stone. It's a 3 mana to give you 2 colorless mana. So comes into play tapped. You have to wait a turn for that. And then after that, you've got 2 mana out of this artifact. And this amazing art by this has got to be, I don't know. This is an alias, right? Henry J. Higginbotham. That kind of sounds like a fake name, but if it's not, it's actually an amazing name. And this is from Urza's, what is this one? Urza's Saga? There's Urza's Legacy, Urza's Saga, Urza's Destiny. I think it's Urza's Saga. Oh no, you're Thanos, you got the stones. I got one of them, definitely. The Infinity Gem of Power, of course. It's got one of those. Next up, the other one hasn't arrived in the mail yet. So this is going to be a Dimir deck, of course, vintage. And it's this is Skull of Ramos. This is from Mercadian Masks. Let me focus that. This is from Mercadian Masks, 3 mana. Tap to add 1 black mana. Okay? And then sacrifice it, add 1 black mana. So technically this could give you 2 black mana if you really need it. Tap it, give yourself the black mana, then sacrifice it, give yourself another black mana. Obviously, that'll be the last resort, but this one will be 1 more mana rock, specifically for black, because again, I'm doing a Dimir deck. And then lastly, I have a Black Lotus. Sorry, no, it's a Lotus Blossom. 2 mana. During your upkeep, you may put a petal counter on Lotus Blossom. Now you have to be careful here. If you forget that trigger during your upkeep, you cannot go back and add it because it says you may. It doesn't have like add a counter, which happens automatically even if you forget. And then tap, sacrifice it, add X mana of one color to your mana pool, where X is the number of petal counters. And then the classic, play this ability as a mana source. So those are the mana rocks that I got from my vintage commander deck. I just need one more. So there's one more, Skull of Ramos, and then like Tooth of Ramos or something, and it does black mana. And that's for my vintage deck that I'm building in Commander Dimir, and I'll show what those are soon enough. I'll show that card in a moment. But so we'll go back over here. So I see checking your points. Yeah, I thought I updated it. Maybe I have to restart the stream in order for the new point distribution to happen, because I bumped up the points about how many points people get. So I might have to restart it a little bit later. Let's do that a little bit later. Let's do one more thing here. Let's switch back to the game. And we've got a brand new event to play. I want to try out this new event that's going on. Erebos's Memoir of Death. Basically, it's a historic brawl event. So we're going to play that in a moment. The question earlier was, what are the cards in the new historic anthology? Let's look at them. These are the brand new cards that they've added to Arena from historic times. There's the whole cycle of, I think this is Onslaught, the Onslaught lands, which come into play tapped. They give you a mana of a color, or you can cycle it. So I think cycling was new at that point, and it was pay this activated ability to get rid of this card and draw another card. So if you don't need this land later, you can cycle it away. So there's the whole cycle. There's the Secluded Steppes, the Barren Moor, the Lonely Sandbar, Tranquil Thicket, and the Forgotten Cave. All of them cycle out if you don't need them anymore. The other card, Nyx's Fleece Ram. This is really cool for like a life gain, a Ajani deck, because check it out, 2 mana. Gives you an enchantment creature, a 0/5. It's not a defender, so it can't attack, but it's a 0/5. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you gain 1 life. So if you play Historic with Ajani and Fountain, what's it called? Fountain of Youth, the one that gives you 1 life, the artifact that gives you 1 life automatically, you have that. Plus you have Ajani's Welcome, plus you have Nyx's Fleece Ram. You're going to gain so much life. We should build a deck out of that and try to get like 1,000 life. So Nyx's Fleece Ram is one that was added from original Theros, I believe. Then we have Thalia, Guardian of Throbbing. So 2 mana, 2/1, first strike, and non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast. Now this is reciprocal. It also affects you. So if you're playing a creature-heavy deck, this is no problem. But if you're playing a non-creature deck, this will be a problem for the opponent. The Sandbar, those sandbars have crocodiles, definitely. Ranger of Eos. 4 mana. This one's interesting. 4 mana, 3/2, and then it lets you go search for up to 2 creature cards with CMC of 1 or less. So you get to go tutor for 2 Ornithopters. Reveal them, put them into your hand, and then shuffle. So you get to go, you can go get Soul Warden, but this is a 3/2 creature plus a tutor built in. Then we've got Sigil of the Empty Throne. This is an enchantment. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create a 4/4 white angel with flying. So if you're doing a heavy enchantment deck, this is going to just make you more and more angels. Lonely Sandbar, Miro or Mero Regery. That's not a word. 3 mana, 2/2. This is from Lorwyn. Other merfolk creatures you control get +1. Okay, so a merfolk lord. Whenever you cast a merfolk, you may tap or untap target permanent. So any permanent, you can then tap it or untap it when you cast a merfolk. Inexorable Tide. This is from Mirrodin, I believe. Whenever you cast a spell, proliferate for 5 mana. An enchantment that'll have you proliferating constantly. Pretty amazing. Whenever you cast any spell, except lands. Lands are not spells, remember. Then we've got Bojuka Bog, everyone's favorite. When it enters the battlefield, it's tapped, and when it enters, exile all cards from an opponent's graveyard. So a lot of graveyard hate there, and after that it gives you 1 black mana. This is from Zendikar, I believe. Brain Maggot, another Theros card, 2 mana, enchantment creature insect. When Brain Maggot enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand, and you choose a non-land card from it, exile it, as long as you have Brain Maggot on the battlefield. So it's a kind of, you know, one of those Hymn to Torok cards, but worse. Then we've got Pack Rat. Everyone loves Pack Rat for some reason. It's a 2 mana for a rat. It's a 0/0, but it's got power and toughness equal to the number of rats you control. Any kind of rats. So if you've got Pack Rat, Rat's Colony, Plague Rats, etc., this gets bigger and bigger. Then if you pay 2 and 2 and black, and you discard a card, you create a token of Pack Rat. So if you're discarding stuff, you get more rats. Waste Not, this one's pretty epic. 2 mana, enchantment. Whenever an opponent discards a creature card, create a 2/2 zombie. Whenever an opponent discards a land, add 2 black mana. Whenever an opponent discards a non-creature, non-land, draw a card. So if you're somehow milling their hand, this will be doing interesting things as well. Virulent Plague, 3 mana. Creature tokens get -2/-2. So if you have to deal with some of those pesky creature decks, -2/-2. Enchantment. That's an automatic enchantment. That's a continuous enchantment that is giving all tokens -2/-2. Amazing. Next we've got Dragon Master Outcast. Yeah, Waste Not is pretty fun. That could be kind of an interesting deck if people set it up right. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 6 or more lands, create a dragon creature token with flying. So you will get automatic dragons as long as you've got 5, as long as you control 6 lands. So obviously play this on turn 1, and as you're putting out lands, you're going to get automatic dragons every single upkeep. Hey there, Stevie, how are you doing? You're just in time to look at the latest cards that got added to Arena, and then we'll do some gameplay and then some giveaways. Goblin Ruin Blaster, 3 mana, kicker of 1 red, haste. When it enters, if it was kicked, destroy a target non-basic land. So if you do 2 plus red plus 1 more red, you can also destroy a land. So, okay, 4 mana, you get a creature with haste and destroy land. Wow, these old cards are so fun. Well, there you go. Now the new point system is kicking in. Look at how many points you've got there. Nice. So we've got this brand new loyalty system that's going on, everyone. You get points by hanging out on the stream. You get points by chatting productively, not just spamming. And to find out how many points you have, all you have to do is type !points. I should probably put it on screen there somewhere. And you know what? I think I can be pretty advanced and do it like this. I can do streaming Saturday points giveaway, then I'll do !points. I'll put that into the subject of the put that into, can I change? Yeah, I put that into the subject of the chat, and therefore people will know that they can type it there. Now, for some reason, Twitch is looking horrific still. I don't know what to do about that. Sometimes randomly things happen. I should have checked it a little earlier, but that's okay. You have 0 points. Well, don't worry. Just keep hanging out in the chat and so forth, and you'll have 4 more. Only 8 more weeks before our baby is born. 8 more weeks? That can't be. I swear you told me about this like in the last month, and it doesn't take a whole month for a baby to be summoned. Enwin, that is a beautiful name. So cool. Thank you for sharing that. Congrats once again to you and Alicia and everyone there. Here's the next card. Ancestral Mask, 3 mana, enchantment, aura, enchant a creature. Creature gets +2/+2 for each other enchantment on the battlefield. So if you have other enchantments, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. Very cool art, and that is by Massimiliano Fresato. Pretty cool art right there. It's kind of like this classic cartoony art. Next up, Terravor, 3 mana, 0/0, trample. This is a Lurgoyf type of creature. This is from, what's that symbol right there? Odyssey, I believe. Terravor's power and toughness are each equal to the number of land cards in all graveyards. So if somehow lands end up in graveyards, this thing gets bigger and bigger. Meddling Mage, classic card. People love this card. People love to hate it. I don't remember what set this is from. Conflux or something. Conflux block, whatever. 1 blue, 1 white. Human Wizard, 2/2. As Meddling Mage enters the battlefield, choose a non-land card name. Spells with the chosen name cannot be cast. So you shut down your opponent's card. Perfect Azorius control card. For 2 mana, you shut down their best card of all. Goodbye Teferi, goodbye Liliana, goodbye all the Planeswalkers, goodbye everything except lands. Meddling Mage, wow. Your bang is on your set names. So far, your bang on in your set names? Oh, okay, that's, thanks. Yeah, are you sure this is Conflux? Because I know that there's another one related. Like, isn't that one Conflux? That little sort of like horn thing? There's Conflux Block, but what were the other names in there? Anyway, Maelstrom Pulse, 3 mana, destroy target non-land permanent, and all other permanents with the same name as the permanent. Again, like, we look back at some of these older cards and they're like, what were they thinking? So this is like destroy anything except the land, and then everything else that they have on the battlefield that was also that is dead. So epic. Knight of the Reliquary, 3 mana, 2/2. Knight of the Reliquary gets +1 for each land in your graveyard. And then tap, sacrifice a forest or plains, search your library for a land, put it into the battlefield, and shuffle. So get this on the battlefield, then start sacrificing some lands to bring out other lands, and rinse and repeat. It's like the very nature of recycling. Ghost Quarter. Now, people love this card, but after seeing it again, it's like, do people really love it? This is from Original Innistrad. This is tap to add a colorless, and then tap sack it, destroy target land. Its controller may search your library for a basic land, put it into the battlefield. Okay, so Field of Ruin lets you destroy a non-basic land. So the opponent's Field of the Dead, Alara Reborn, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. So Field of Ruin lets you destroy their non-basic land, and they've got a bunch of them, and then you get an extra land as well. Ghost Quarter, you're down a land, but it lets you destroy any land. I guess think about it more as a spell than a land, because it's going to sacrifice itself. I guess that's the way. And lastly, Platinum Angel from Core Set 2010, or M10, whatever it was called back then, Magic 2010. Platinum Angel, 7 mana, artifact creature angel, 4/4 flying. Okay, cool, 7 mana for a 4/4. But wait a minute, you cannot lose the game, and your opponent cannot win the game. Oh, snap. So as long as this is out there, and maybe you put some sort of hexproof or something on it, or shroud, you cannot lose the game. And there's no way the opponent can win the game. So that's a fun card right there. Platinum Angel. So that's everything in Historic Anthology at the moment. I'm going to make a note of things that I might want for a deck. I think I might want that Nyx Fleece. Probably want that Brain Maggot. Probably Bojuka Bog. Waste Knot seems interesting. That'll be a maybe. I think it's a lot of hoops, but it might be fun. Virulent Plague. What else did we see here? Meroregery, Inexorable Tide. Maybe that Tide if you've got other things to proliferate. Platinum Angel, colorless. So I'll make a note of that, and then later might get some of those. You can see a mean black blue mill deck. Yeah. That will definitely come together pretty epically. Okay, let's try one game of Festival of Erebos' Memoir of Death. This requires a brawl. Drafting. Okay, I'm going to do a poll on that in a moment to figure out what we're going to do on that. But for the moment, I do want to try out one game at least of this event. So I'm going to try Historic Brawl. Let's see how this goes. I haven't tried out this deck. I changed it up a little bit. It's vampires. Haven't tried it up very much. Ooh, dealing with Arcades, so that's going to be a lot of... Did you buy the Daily Deal card? No, I didn't see what it was. I'll check that out in a moment. Let's just see what we want to do here. So we got Mana Rocks, we got Adanto, we've got Sorin. This is not too bad, so let's give that a shot. Let's scry. Ooh, Vampire Sovereign, yes please. Okay, next turn, Swamp, then Vanguard. Okay, they don't have a turn 2 play themselves, but I do. Turn 3, I can get out Sorin, which then lets me get out my Sovereign. Unless they bounce it back. What are they looking at? Why are they looking at that? Now this... Okay, this is probably going to be... Unfortunately, they probably have a counter spell. So, I'm going to have to spend a turn right here to see if they counter my... Oops, they didn't counter my Mana Rock. Okay, fine. Ooh, Phyrexian Arena, so I forgot I put that in there. So this is kind of odd. I thought they would have had a counter spell. That would have been nice to put out my... my Sorin. Crab. Okay, putting out a Crab. A 0/4 Crab, which will then be a 4/4 Crab. That's kind of cool. And they have 2 mana on that. Okay, I think it'll be safe. No, I guess not. Well, yeah, that'll be safe. That's not a counter spell. There we go. Then let's bring out our Sovereign. Does 3 damage to them, gain 3 life. We will pass because that crab, probably they have some combat tricks there. Next turn, I guess I can bring... Aw, man, Banishing Light. Okay, so let's see, what are they going to banish? Probably the Planeswalker. Yep, that's fine. That is fine. Next turn, Phyrexian Arena will draw me an extra card. They have a single white mana. That probably means that they... Ooh, I can actually... Yes, I can disenchant back my Sorin and get it back perfectly intact. And they are like, please, what can I do against a disenchant? Nothing. Okay, so let's +1 the Adanto Vanguard so that it gets huge. Perfect. Attack with that. That becomes a 5-2. That becomes a 4-2. Uh-oh, I think they do have one more combat trick, but I guess I can lose a little life to keep my Vanguard alive. Let's see. Yeah, they're gonna have a combat trick. Probably there's just so much to pick from if they were dealing with historic. But that gives it a protection. Okay, that's not bad at all. It won't cost me any life. But I still gain life. So then that Phyrexian Arena can be even more useful to draw me an extra card. Sure. Alright. So how's everyone doing in the chat today? Did you upgrade to the latest arena? There's Arcades. Fine, that's a big boy. That'll be a 5/5 in the air. That crab's gonna be a 4/4. It's gonna hit my Sorin, which is fine. They didn't. Okay. Vigilance. Anyway. 2 cards. Good. So... Zealot to draw me a card. Nice. Everything gets stronger. Cool. I can... +1... Well, actually... I can destroy a vampire. Yeah, let's do that. Let's be safe that way. Let's destroy a vampire. No, it only deals 3 damage. It's not a full trade. Sometimes I forget that it's Sometimes I forget that it's you sacrifice your own creature, but then it deals 3 damage to the other creature, not that it's a kill yours to kill theirs. You haven't looked on the latest update as yet, but someday. Yeah, they just added the update now that you can actually chat. Oh man, pacifism. See, you have a new chat system there. Now we can actually chat with people. So, the update gives you new chat features, new sorting features. Now that's a defender, but it'll still become a 3/3. Yes, they're totally doing a defender deck. I can support that. Alright, so they're going to...
I cannot be killed.
That's right, I cannot be killed. Okay, cool here. So we can... One of the win conditions of this deck... See, do I have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 7 mana. I have 7 mana, right? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I have 7 mana. Okay, so one of the win conditions of this deck is my Gruesome Fate. Deal 1 damage to the opponent for each creature I control. So, let's drop Alenda, play the Fate, and deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. There we go, and then +1 the Legion. So that way you have a 3/3 and a 5/3. So whatever they block. This is a vampire deck. Yes, this is a vampire. I'm playing the Historic Brawl. Nice. I'm playing Historic Brawl in the Erebos event, and I'm battling the opponent's commander Arcades, the strategist, or back in our day we used to call it Arcades Sabath.
This is harder than I thought.
And
This is what I trained for.
my opponent is dealing with like a defender deck, which is cool. I respect that. Once upon a time, nice. and I'm playing a vampire deck. So far the synergy is going pretty well. I have Phyrexian Arena out. That's a must-include card in Commander, especially if you're playing black. And they're like, I've had enough. All right, cool. So we won first game of Commander here on the event. And that means I clicked too fast, but I got the Drag to the Underworld sleeve. So there's one win on that. So I think what we can do at this point is, let's switch over to the amazing cam for a moment. Thank you for that. Let's do the giveaway. Okay, so here's how the giveaway. You're thinking that Waste Not would go good in a legacy deck. Yeah, if you can get it to do some fun stuff. So here's the giveaway. We're going to do a low-tech giveaway because I don't have the giveaway just yet for set up on the automated system here. We can maybe test that out a little bit later. But here's the giveaway. We're going to do it low-tech. And this is going to be like I did previously in that I'm going to give away all the commons to one person. I'm going to give away all the uncommons to another person, and then I'm going to give away the rare / mythic plus token and land extra cards to another person. Now, since there's only 3 things to give away, everyone will be able to win each of those again. So a person may get lucky and win both the commons and uncommons. I think that's fair, right? Everyone has a chance to win. Or should we do it that if a person won one thing, they cannot win another thing? I think it's fine that a person can keep winning more than once. I think. What is everyone's opinion there in the chat? Restricted to one of each only, or anyone can win anything? So in theory, one person can win all 3 slots, but I think because we're going to do the usual random number generator method to win something, so it should be pretty fair. People winning multiple, probably, yeah. I think that'll be fine. Let's switch over to the... So let's switch over to the card cam so we can start the giveaway. And this will be... So I think... Just one moment, let me set up one more thing here. I think we had, so to everyone visiting, currently broadcasting live on, thank you for that follow right there. Timmy, welcome. You are right in time to do the giveaway, so thanks so much for that follow. Whether people are on YouTube or Twitch or Mixer, wherever people are hanging out at, thank you and welcome. Let's do the giveaway. So I'm gonna crack this open. It's a brand new pack. Oh, I forgot to say. So I'm giving away Journey into Nyx, the classic set from 2014. That was 2014, 5/9. That was 6 whole years ago, wasn't it? I don't know why I'm doubting myself, but yeah, 6 years ago, right? 2014 was 6. This is 2014 or 2004? This is 2014. I don't know why it feels like 2014 is like 15 years ago, but that's 6 years ago. Okay, anyway. Let's crack this open. Brand new pack of Journey into Nyx, the 3rd set in the original Theros block. So, let's see. These are the cards that people are going to win. Let me separate it over here first. Actually, let me do this off the screen here. So we'll have 1, 2. Actually, it's boring just to look at nothing. So let's switch over here. I swear I know what I'm doing. Let me just count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have the 11. We have the 11 common cards. Let's just briefly reveal what they are, and then we will do the giveaway so that people can perhaps win them. So here we go. Flip those over. And once again, focus. So, okay, instead of waiting for that thing to focus, just a moment, let me set my focus to not be autofocus. Sorry, just one moment. Configure video. So technology is great when it works. There we go, that's in focus. Yeah, okay, so we have Nylea's Infusion. Looks like the chat window is finally catching up. That's kind of weird. Okay, anyway, so Nylea's Infusion, Harvest Guard Alsades, Returned Reveler, Crewfix's Insight, Ajani's Presence. Not presents. I want some Ajani's Presents, but instead you're going to get Ajani's Presence. Nature's Panoply. Hard to believe that 2014 was 6 years ago, which would be my second year in college to figure out how to work the web advisor. Yeah, that thing never works well, does it? Next we've got Ravenous Lucrocota. Is that a word? Ravenous Lucrocota. Okay. And then we've got Flame Speaker's Will and a Aspect of Gorgon. In the latest set we have Aspect of Lamprey. But anyway, those are all of the commons people could win. Let's just organize them really fast here to know what people are going to win of each of the colors. So there will be 2 white cards, 1 blue card, 3 black cards, 1 red card, and 3 green. So 11 commons, and we're going to start the giveaway right now. So I'm going to put there in the chat. So if you see that appear on the screen, pick a number between 1 and 20. First come, first served. If a person picked your number first, according to my chat system there, they will claim it first. So we just need to manage that more than one person is picking. Timmy and Chance, you both seem to have picked 5, but it seems... okay, there you go. Chance, you went to 7. That'll work. So far we've got Timmy at 5, Mark at 11, Stevie at 16, Chance at 7. So we'll see what that number is in just a moment. I just want to confirm something. So Timmy, you're over on Twitch, right? Can you confirm if my screen looks okay? Because from my preview, my screen looks all like pixelated and glitchy and such. Anyone else there that's in Twitch, are you seeing my stream okay? Because it feels like it's sorry, is it yes looking okay, or is it no, it's looking bad? Yes, it looks pixelated. Oh man. So how do I fix that? And the color's all wrong. Yes, it looks like I'm kind of like going through the rainbow veil or something, right? This Twitch is saying that my stream is excellent, but why is it not displaying properly? We might have to figure out that mystery a little bit later. So if you can just stand it looking that horrible, That'll be fine for the moment. I'm also broadcasting live on YouTube, so wherever place you want to be at. But let's go for it. Let's see about giving these away. Okay, so everyone pick their numbers right there. The way I'll do this is I'll roll the random number generator, and then the number that appears there is going to be the winner. So here we go. Let's shake it. And the number is a 15. That is the number that is pointing upwards. 15 is the winner, and I believe Stevie is the winner because he got 16. So, let me switch over here. Yep, so according to the random number generator, it was number 15, but the closest number was number 16. So, Stevie, you just won a bunch of vintage Theros, original Theros block cards from Journey into Nyx. Okay, very cool right there. So, we won one. And Mark, you've got 34 points so far. I'm testing this out. I think my point limit is still a little low, so I'll probably change that very soon. Yeah, before we get back to the game, let me just do one more thing about the point system. If everyone wants to check out their points, go ahead and do exclamation point points. Check how many points you have, just out of curiosity. And I think I can check in my system over here too. Yeah, I can check people's points over here as well. That's pretty cool. So, let me change one thing. Let's change it like this. And I think it takes a little moment for it to fully get... I think it takes a little bit for it to fully transfer to everyone's new accounts. But that will start to come out in just a moment. So I'm going to make a note in my streaming thing over here. Just one moment. So today is 2020, well, in California, 0315. And I'll say giveaway, commons, go to Stevie. So uncommons, we'll do that soon, and then rare. So we'll do that soon. Let's do this. I want to... You gotta go. Okay, well, see you next time then, and we'll do it again at about the same time, and we'll do more fun stuff, and you'll get more points and get cool stuff. So thanks so much for visiting. I want to do another poll for what we're going to do next as our goal. So I'm going to start a brand new poll right there. There should be a new poll that appeared. Now again, if you look at it in the regular, if you look at it on screen, it might not actually show it. I still have to check why doesn't it show it. But if you look at it in your chat window, in your actual chat window, it should have popped up to say a poll has opened for what to play. What should we play next? And the abilities to vote, you can vote for ladder, draft, event, or 1v1. So the ladder's trying to climb the ladder over to Mythic. Then the draft is picking the latest draft set going on at the moment. The event is like continuing with the special event of Erebos. And then the 1v1 is if people want to play, and then maybe even with any of the other people that are currently online. So there's a couple of votes so far. For draft, that'll end in a moment. I believe I have it set for 3 minutes. So while the votes come in, I'm going to just play one of these regular no frills games. Then when the votes are in, we will do one more giveaway. Then we'll do what the voting was, and then we'll do more stuff. So I go first. Keep this nice. If people are just joining in, we do have giveaways going on in between various games of Magic. There's currently a poll going on. If you check the I think if you just type !vote, I think it will... Just let me think of something here. So the opponent either has a shock or a growth spiral. Let's see. Probably it could be either or. It's a shock. Oh, lightning strike. Okay. Wait, I'm playing the regular play, so it could be historic here. I forgot. There's no lightning strike in the current set, right? Okay, so they're going to do it again. Let's see about having some sacrificial fodder right here. That draws me one of those. What do I want to lose least? I guess the Celebrant. So I'll let this one get shocked. Or countered. Okay. So let's see what's this opponent up to. They're just kind of playing some chart a course. Can't remember if Theros had an updated lightning strike or not. I don't think so. Well, it had like Scorching Dragonfire, which was deal 3 damage. Uh-oh, they're gonna get something back from the graveyard. A Gaia's Blessing. Okay. Fine. Let's see if we can get these creatures to survive. Even if they don't, the Cruel Celebrant will do some damage to them. Ideally, I want to get Alenda out here to start to make more tokens. Blood Sun, okay, that's kind of worthless. Maybe. Okay. So they're out of counter spells and shocks, so that's good. So if they do some sort of big board wipe, that's still going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. Scape Shift. Ooh, I haven't seen Scape Shift in a while. They're probably gonna do the 4. They're gonna do the 4. No, that won't work. I was gonna say they're gonna do the 4 field of. Oh, okay. That doesn't work. Okay, well, I guess that works. Interesting. That's a huge amount of mana. Yeah, that's cool. They didn't play their fields. They put them into play, so they didn't have to sacrifice anything. That's kind of smart. One-sided game so far? Maybe. I can deal with that Planeswalker. They still have a ton of mana. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're going to copy their spell, so this is probably going to be like a 1,000-year storm. This is probably their end game right here. They have a ton of mana. They have double their spell. So they're probably going to do some huge, like, Bane Fire for 40. I think they're picking various creatures that they're about to... Yeah, here we go. Explosion for 2, so that'll be 12. Let's see if I can survive this. I don't think they can do... Yeah, okay, I think that was impressive, but they have no mana left, and it's my turn, so... Okay, I guess in theory that might do stuff, but it was a little slow. Okay, we won that. Did this poll close yet? But I think I saw what was the top results anyway. Let's say, yeah, let me close that poll. So the winning results was draft. So we'll play draft in one moment. Let's do one more giveaway. Switch over to the card cam. There's more cards to give away. Let me just do 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have 3 more cards to give away. The uncommons. These are the uncommons. These are the cards that people could win right here. So if you're joining in the stream there, we are giving away cards. And we're at the uncommons. So let's reveal what the uncommons are and then do the giveaway. So there is a Colossal Heroics, 3 mana, instant and strive. Costs 2 more to cast for each target beyond the first, so you can target it to more. Any number of target creatures get +2/+2, and then untap them. Then we've got, Brain Maggot, the one that we just saw right there in the historic anthology that we can get right now in Arena. So you can have your very own totally disgusting card. This has got to be one of the most disgusting cards in Magic, right? Check it out there. Their brain is totally getting eaten by worms. Horrific. And then next we've got the Akroan Linebreaker. It's a 2/1. It's got heroic, so whenever you target it, it gets +2/+0 and indestructible until end of turn. So the 3 uncommons that people can win right here. Brain Maggot's a good card, yep. So I'm setting that up right there. It is open right now for people to pick a number between 1 and 20. We're going to do that same way again in terms of pick a lucky number, and we will have the random number generator decide who gets these 3 cards right here. So it's there. We have some votes coming in now. We got 11 for Mark, 5 for Timmy. Anyone else hanging out in the chat there? Let's see. So we have Aiton, Commander Root, Crazy Cynical, Lurks, Ruby Slayer, and 0x626F74. Ooh, we got a cool hexadecimal number right there. Those are some people hanging out over on Twitch. And then on YouTube, we got Mark and Stevie. So cool, we got various people on various platforms. Get your votes in. We have 3 so far. I'll let people pick a number for just a moment more. I'm also going to check my notes here on what are the things we wanted to do. Okay, so let me switch over to, well, we get a few more votes right there. Let me check one more thing here in my, so I have this whole streamer system that gives me all of these cool features. And we are able to, let me see here. Yeah, I'll come back to that one moment. So I'm just sort of checking out all the cool options that I have for this system. I gotta get that giveaway working properly eventually. Okay, so people have made their choice. Let's go ahead and do the we're going to do the random number generator now, and let's see who wins it. So we have 11, 5, and 15. So here we go. This is a 2. So the closest to the number 2 is a 5. So Timmy, today's your lucky day. Not only did you subscribe to VM Campos on Twitch, thank you for that, but you also won 3 vintage Journey into Nyx cards right there, which I will mail to you in the real world. And the way we can do that is, let me switch over here. So if you see at the bottom, well, I guess it's all kind of messed up on Twitch, unfortunately. Let me put it in the chat window then. If people want to join our Discord, so that's discord.gg/dptgvnu. I'll put that into the chat system right there. So Timmy, you won the cards straight from the pack, but what you got to do is join that Discord. I put the link there in the chat. Join the Discord, and we'll be in touch that way, so that you can get those real life cards. I'll send them to you in the mail, and you'll have some real cards. Let's get back to some gameplay. People voted for draft, so let's draft. Here's the draft that's available. We have traditional draft Theros, so the latest set. We can draft that. We can also draft ranked draft Ravnica. It's better on Twitch now. Oh, okay. Good. If it's more visible, that's more good. So we can play ranked draft Ravnica Allegiance. That one does help climb the ladder. Traditional draft doesn't. I don't know why they don't make that one also ladder climbable, because that's way better. The other platform is on YouTube. If you go over, let me put that there in the links. I'm also on YouTube. youtube.com/vmcamposjr. Unfortunately, you have to put a JR there. The other person that took VM Campos doesn't even use VM Campos on YouTube, so I have to put a JR. But maybe once I get to my 1,000 followers on YouTube, maybe I'll be able to claim it. So anyone that's on Twitch right now and it looks kind of bad, jump over to YouTube instead. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube. Help me get to those 1,000. Help me get to the 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and that'll be great for everyone. So welcome back, Stevie. Timmy was the one that won the uncommon, so we still have the rare that we will do soon enough, and I should actually note that uncommons go to Timmy. We'll do the rare soon enough. Okay, so let's ask the chat. These are the possible ways to draft. Traditional draft, that'll be best of 3. We have also ranked draft, but that's Ravnica Allegiance. I thought we also had a sealed. Didn't we have sealed? Okay, no sealed. So, do we want to see gameplay from Theros Beyond Death, or do we want to see gameplay from Ravnica Allegiance? That's the set also known as Return to Ravnica. So I'm fine with whichever one of those. We've got one vote for Theros, one vote for traditional draft Theros. Anyone else? What's a good draft to do? Ravnica or Theros? So while we're getting ready to pick what we're going to play there, let me switch over here for a moment one more time. We got one vote for Ravnica Allegiance, Lone Wolf. Thank you. Thank you for picking. Once more people pick, then we'll do it. But for the moment, I recently got these vintage mana rocks for my vintage commander deck. Actually, I should take out my commander deck. Ravnica, since I didn't get to experience those cards yet. Okay, just one moment. I just need to go over here to get my vintage commander deck. So we'll also show that vintage commander deck in just a moment. The details of it a little later, but I just want to show off the commander. This is a vintage. Are you repeating on purpose? What's repeating, the text or the screen? So this is the commander for this vintage. It's a blue-black Dimir, but they didn't call it Dimir back in the day. This is some classic Richard Kane Ferguson art. They don't make it like that anymore. And so this is Nebuchadnezzar. He is a 3/3, which has the ability to look at your opponent's hand and then remove any card from their hand. The stream is repeating. Oh, that's odd. Let me just check that one moment. So you're over on Twitch. And not sure. I've been having a little trouble with Twitch all day long. If it's repeating, I apologize for that. It should hopefully fix itself. And now I'm also on YouTube. If you jump over to YouTube, those problems might get fixed up a bit. But thanks for letting me know. I'll monitor the situation. So this is the commander for that classic gold card. This is from Chronicles way back in 1994. Is it 94 or 95? It's 95 actually. Chronicles 1995, reprinting from the original Legends. And so vintage players know all about this. And I'll show some of the other cards a little bit later. So vintage. Nothing like expensive really. This is all from cards that I had from back in the day. But I wanted to make a little bit more tuned deck, so I bought some mana rocks. No, not a vintage Soul Ring. That's a little more expensive than I want to pay for. But I have Skull of Ramos that gives you black mana. I have Worn Power Stone that gives you 2 colorless. Mind Stone that gives you 1 colorless, or sack it to draw a card. And then, Felden's Cane. And then Mannequin, 1 colorless mana, and then a Black Lotus. Just kidding. A Lotus Blossom. So it's an artifact that it grows and gains more mana, and then when you tap it and sacrifice it, it gives you a bunch of mana. So those are some mana rocks that I'm adding to my vintage Nebuchadnezzar Dimir deck. And I'll show some of those cards a little bit later. So these just came in the mail. Talk about that a little bit later. You have an old school Soul Ring. If you are willing to part with it, that would be amazing. But if it's a prized vintage collection of yours, that's okay. Keep it in your collection, and I appreciate it if you. That'd be the most amazing thing ever if you did. If not, I'll make do with my Felden's cane. So let's get back to the game. We're going to do another giveaway in a moment. But let's get back to the game. And what we'll do is, let's see, we had a couple of chat things here. We said, people said Theros, Ravnica. You were 5 years old in 1995 playing Pokemon. I think I also saw another message that didn't come through. Sorry if the... what did my hand taste like? Sorry if the sound cuts out if I switch over. Nice, Mark. If the sound cuts out, there's a bug in Arena at the moment that developers are aware about. If I switch over to any other app, the sound cuts out. Even if I have active the option to not do that, yeah, it still cuts off. So if the volume suddenly cuts off, I apologize about that. Anyway, let's play some of that ranked draft Ravnica Allegiance that people were clamoring for. So it sounded like you lost the stream for a moment. No, it's just that the volume of it kind of disappears if I switch over to a different screen. Ooh, we got a Dovin Planeswalker. Until end of turn, whenever a creature you control deals damage, put a loyalty, create a 1/1 Thopter, look at the top 10 cards of your library, put 3 of them into your hand and the rest. So this is going to synergize with other things. We got Pitiless Pontiff, it's a 2/2. She can become Death Touch and Indestructible. So, have people lost the stream? Stevie, did you lose the stream? Did anyone lose the stream? I don't think so. Macabre Mockery, 4 mana. Put target creature card from an opponent's graveyard into the battlefield under your control. It gets +2/+haste, and then sack it. Okay, so you steal your opponents out of their graveyard, and then they can go attack. Bulrak Cran Clusher, it's a 4/4. Remove a counter. Deals 2 damage, but it needs counters first. Pegasus 1/3 flyer. Daylight destroys artifacts. Prying Eyes draws cards. Vandal 2/1 Riot. Skewer the Critics. Steeple Creeple 4/2. You can make it flying if you're in Simic. Guild Gate for Orjav. Locket for Simic. Rubble Belt, it's a 3/3, cannot be blocked by tokens. Roustabout, 3/2. When it blocks, it deals 1 damage. And the Sphinx, draw 2 cards. Okay, so it doesn't show up on the stream, but I have active the Untapped GG extension, which is giving me advice of which card to pick on a scale of 1 to 5. It is telling me that Dovin is a 4.0. So this will really push me into blue-white if I go with Dovin, but it's marked as a 4. Pitiless is at a 3. Bulrak is a 3.5. Skewer, 3.5. Burning Tree is a 3. Rakdos Roustabout is a 3, and Rubble Belt is a 3. So, the highest one is Dovin, but we really then have to go to that direction. And a Pegasus is a 2.5, Exposed to Light is a 1.5, Prying Eyes is a 1.5, and then this Sphinx's Insight is a 2.5. So I say that in just this pack, when we wheel back into it, There's not a lot of good stuff in this pack if we go with Azorius. If we go to Rakdos, we have... Actually, Rakdos is not that good. Rakdos has 1.5 Mockery. You could do a white-blue control, you say there, possibly. Rakdos Roustabout is a 3.0. And in Gruul, we have a 3.0, Burning 3 a 3.0, a Bullrack a 3.5, and then Skewer 3.5. So, if we wheel back to here, we have 4 picks in Rakdos, just in this pack. If we go with Dovin, okay, +1, gives you more loyalty, eventually look at 10 cards, put some into your hand. White-blue control sounds like it can be a fun time. Do we want a fun time or do we want a win time? We want both. I personally am feeling to go to Gruul because we have 4 Gruul cards here that we could work with. We've got Skewer the Critics, that's removal. We have a 4/4. We have a 2/1 Riot, which will then let you impulse draw cards. We have a Rubble Belt, which is 3/3 unblockable. So out of context by itself, Dovin has the highest rating because it's a Planeswalker. But in the totality of it, Gruul might be good. So I'll put it to the chat. Should we go with the one sure thing Planeswalker, or should we go with the 4 Gruul cards? I'll let you all decide right there. Do we go Gruul or do we go Azorius? I should probably make a poll out of that to really make it interactive, but just tell me right there in the chat there. Everyone hanging out at the chat, based on pack 1, pick 1, do we go with Azorius or do we go with Gruul? Gruul was strong in that set. I don't quite remember playing it, but I play too much Magic and it all sort of like blends together nowadays. And we got 2 votes on Gruul. We might do Gruul. After all, then, even like that Steeple Creeper that's in the colors, green. Anyone else? We got a few people hanging out in the chat. What does everyone think? We got 2 votes on Gruul. I'm kind of thinking about Gruul as well, but what does everyone else think? Let's try Gruul. So, out of the items we have here, we'll start with the uncommon. Well, if we start with this uncommon Crusher, it's a 4/4 for 5. But if we go for Skewer the Critics, I know it's a common, but that's some removal, and I bet you that'll get snapped up. So let's go with the Skewer. Okay, here we go. Pack 2. So we have a Zertog Goblin 2/2 Riot for 2. Cool. That can be a 3/3 for 2. Arrestor Seal. Petitioners. Scorchmark. There's some more red removal right there. 2 damage to a creature. Exile it. The volley deals damage, destroys a flyer, and deals damage to a creature. Okay, so from this pack, the highest rated is the Skatewing Spy, Skittering Eel, because it adapts. So that was a 3.5, a 3.0. The Juggler is a 3.0. The Scorchmark is a 3.0. Frilled Mystic, which is very hard to get to, but that's a 3.0. Final payment of the 3.0. Now, based on the one red card I've gotten so far, I feel this Goblin is good as a 2-drop, which can then become a 3/3 or haste. So let's get that one. Hilarious. Next up, depose and deploy. Tap target creature, create 2 Thopters. Kill him with fire, scorch it up. Whoops, it's a common, so I'll probably be able to get it soon enough. Ooh, here's one of these Frenzied Arynxes, 3/3 Riot Trample, I think. And then we got a Savage Smash. I think this Gruul stuff might be cool because then we have a 3/4 Beast. We have a Gift of Strength. We have a Wrecking Beast, Riot and Trample. Yeah, lot of cool things to pick from. We can have an eventual 6/6 haste, which could be a 7/7. We have a Combat Trick, +3/+3, plus reach. Plain old 3/4. Spewer, this is 0/2 with Defender, then it taps to deal damage. Gotta vote for the Arynx. I'm leaning towards the Arynx, definitely. A 3/3 for 4, which could have Riot and Trample, which then you pay more mana and it becomes a 6/3. Savage Smash, that one's pretty nice as well. Your creature gets +2/+2 and it fights another creature. Let's go with an Arynx. Okay, another Mockery. What does the Riot do? Let me see if I can pull up a Riot just as an example. So it pops up here to show you Riot. A creature with Riot enters the battlefield with either a +1/+1 or haste. So you can choose for it to right away, like this one, attack with as a 4/4 haste, or you can choose for it to come in as a 5/5 but without haste. So you get that choice there. Okay, so we get a Feral Maca, just a plain old 2/2. We get a Spike Wheel Acrobat is a 5/2. The Rendhorn is a 4/4. Now if we want some of these really big things, we'll also need some ramp. So we'll be on the lookout for that. I guess here for like the high end of creatures, the Rendhorn, a 4/4 for 5 with haste, or a 5/5. Is that a recent new skill? Yes, it comes after Dominaria. It's new. It's in the Ravnica block, so it's a new thing. Riot. I'm gonna get this Rendhorn. It's also rated as a 3, so I'll grab that. Here we have a Rubble Belt. We have another Crusher. We have a Dodger. Now, Balrak also works when you remove a counter from something. So if you add from Riot +1 counters, then you can remove a counter with the Crusher to deal 2 damage to any target. Riot can work well, yeah, because, for example, here this gets some of that. I'm gonna grab this uncommon Crusher. Ooh, I think we need that Silhana. Lets you look at the top cards. You may reveal a creature or land, so that'll help you vaguely ramp. Thinking of that. Besides that, in our colors, this pack doesn't really have too much in our colors, although we have an artifact. Target player exiles a card from their graveyard. There's not a lot of stuff going on in the graveyard this time around, I think, so might not be a big deal. Or you can have it draw a card. 2 to draw a card, maybe that. But let's do it with that Wayfinder. Lets you look at the top cards. Screaming Shield, some of the most hilarious art ever, plus the most hilarious flavor text, which is simply shh. Okay, what else? In our colors, Gore Clan Wrecker, 2/2 Riot Menace. Spear Spewer. And a 3/4. So we can have a 2/2 Menace plus Riot. We can have a 0/2 Defender that slowly pings your opponent and yourself, so you have to be careful about that, although that helps with setting up Spectacle costs, which I don't have any Spectacle creatures yet. And then a plain old 3/4. Go with the Spear Spewer. And if we can then get some Spectacle stuff happening, that might be good. Check out this flavor text. Don't waste time aiming, you lazy gobslug. Fire! Krenko, my boss. All right. Whatever you say, Krenko. Get on the team. Here we have only a Rubble Belt. That's fine. It's a 3/3. It's unblockable by tokens. And even if they have a blocker, it's a 3/3. That's the only thing. Oh, actually, Sphinx of the Guild Pack. So 7 for a 5/5. Flying hexproof from monocolored. So if they have some removal in monocolor, it doesn't do anything. And if they have monocolor creatures, it's also unblockable. And it's a flyer. It's at the top end. I like it. The rating's only a 1.5. The commentary here is, I don't like that it dies to multiple common removal spells, so I see this as more of a sideboard option against decks that can't deal with it. So that one might be in the sideboard, is what Luis Scott Vargas is saying. So we can go with the sure thing 3/3. I should put lower casting. The curve. So one of the things they should upgrade for the next iteration of Magic Arena is, please let me do a way for me to look at the stats of my deck better. I have to manually look at all of this and do all of that. So anyway, you would put lower casting. I would not. You. So I should put a lower casting, but you wouldn't. That's a way to do it. Okay, let's put a lower. It has a higher rating anyway. And I think this goes back to our original. Okay, yeah, this went back to our original. So we can put another Rubble Belt. We can put a Steeple Creeple. It's a 4/2 for 3 or a 3/3. Although this gets flying if you've got blue, and this will die at only 2 mana. Now the casting cost is only 3, I mean 1 color mana, whereas the runner needs 2 colors of mana, and it's a 3/3, so it's a little bit better of a blocker. But if this creeper connects, so this is saying, if your Simic, Steeple Creeper is passable. I don't like that it trades for everything under the sun, and giving it flying is expensive, but it's a 3-drop that's hard and is relevant in the late game. Whereas the comment here, not much to see. You'll run this, it'll be solid, and every now and then you'll avoid some spirit tokens to get an extra damage. So this has got a 3.0 rating versus a 1.5 rating. Yeah, let's just go for the on colors. Then we wheel back here. We should get the volley, sideboard card, but it'll deal damage. It'll destroy a flyer. And deal 1 damage to all of their creatures. We have a Gift of Strength. Combat tricks here. Let's get a nice cheap combat trick. We go over here with nothing valuable except for the maca. Then we have a 1/1 haste. Fine. Over here, I guess we'll do draw card. Getting to the end of the packet, and then a final Goreclaw. Okay, it's on color. So, pack 2. In Gruul, we have Cavalcade of Calamity, but I don't really have any small creatures that can really do much. I have the Tin Street Dodger, but besides that, nothing is tiny. We have another Spear Spewer, lots of pings. We have a Guild Gate to help mana fixing. A 5/2. Now the ratings here, we have a 1 on the Cavalcade, we have a 3 on the Spear, we have a 1 on the Spike Wheel, we have a 3 on the Land. Oh, sorry, that's a Rakdos land. Never mind, that's a Rakdos. I very easily confuse Rakdos and Gruul, so I gotta be careful about that. The only thing that's relevant then is the Spewer and the Acrobat. So let's grab another Spewer. Rumbling Ruin. What does this do again? I haven't seen it in a while. It's a 6/6. When it enters, put the number of 1/1s on creature. When it enters the battlefield, count the number of 1/1s. Creatures your opponents control with powers less than or equal to can't block. Yeah, the spectacle cards. I haven't really seen that many of them, unfortunately. Okay, so this is a 6/6 for 6, and if you've got counters going on, stuff happens. And then there's the Gruul Locket. We have the Goblin Gathering, so gathering of the goblins. That way, if you get more of these, then it makes more goblins. Now there's a vote for the Locket, so mana ramp and such might be good, although it is common, so that might wheel. The 6/6 here, well, we've already got a lot of big creatures. Yeah, let's go with the Locket because we'll need to ramp into things. There's another Zertaw. Another Zertaw Goblin. We have how many of those? 1. Another Spewer. We have another Erinx. 4 mana for that. Ooh, Mark, you have 119 points. Nice. Now, try to type !redeem, and let's see what happens. Yeah, the goblin, exactly. Act of treason. There's that Savage Smash. I think I'm going to go with the Savage Smash because then that'll be some pinpoint removal of my creature to theirs. See if we get that treason back at some point. Ooh, Stevie, you've also got 110. So let's see how this works. Now that people have points, there's supposed to be a way to redeem them. So try the ! Redeem. Let's see what happens with that. Ooh, there's a collision. I think this is a good one. And it does have the points. Root Snare. Maybe. Sorrow Form. A lot of good things here. I'm going to go with the removal. The only thing on colors here, I guess incubation. Now let's get this. Okay, so it says Stevie, use redeem item. Let me just check one thing. How are people supposed to know what they can redeem? Just one quick moment. Let me just check this. So once people have enough points, they're able to redeem things, but I just need to confirm. How do people know what they can redeem? Let's see, loyalty points, give points top. Well, here's another thing. Someone try typing exclamation point top. Exclamation point top. Redeem allows viewers to redeem items from your store. Yes, but then how do they know what is redeemable? I guess I have to specifically say, here we go, the top points. Number 1, Mark with 119, Stevie with 110, Chance with 29. I guess it counts me too, so somehow, 25. Justin at 18, aka Chance, and Oscar at 3. Oscar was asking to win, but he didn't even stick around. Anyway, so where do I go? I know there's a thing to redeem, but what's the easy way for me to redeem this easily? Just let me confirm here. Okay, that's the current thing that could be redeemed. So back to the game. You didn't miss much. Here's a brand new thing that's going on. Exclamation point redeem plus the item to redeem, which I just put there in the chat. And that is when people have enough points, if you type exclamation point top, it also reveals who has the most points. So the whole point of getting points is that you then can redeem stuff. And now if you type exclamation point redeem plus the redemption item, which is up there in the chat, you can give it a shot, see what happens. Anyway, back to the game here. The only thing that's on color is this Rendhorn. Grab that. Got another collision. I probably want that because it's the uncommon. Then we'll come back with that Vandal. Next turn here, Rebel Reading. Oh, Slinger. 2-3 reach. Wheel back here. Oh, no one took that Spike Wheel Acrobat that we might be able to get to via Spectacle cost. So let's see what happens. We've got that redeem trying to go through. Ooh, look at that. Cool animation and everything. Mark Anthony, you successfully redeemed an arena code for 100 points. Collect your code here. Okay, I guess. Now that puts it on the stream for everyone. Does that mean then someone could snipe it before you do? I'm not doing a very high, like a high value thing yet, so we're still kind of testing it all out, right? And you can all tell me how it works as you do that. So for today's giveaway, 100 is the minimum that you need. Yes, for today, arena codes are at 100 points, and ooh, do I want this biogenic ooze? That's a 2/2 that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I want that. And then we have the Sunder Shaman. It's a 5/5, can't be blocked by more than one creature. Deals combat damage to a player, destroy enchantment. Okay, I want that eventually, but I think I want that ooze way more. What arena codes? Well, once you've accumulated 100 points, I have 4 arena codes to give away. Once you get to 100 points, you can check exclamation point points to check how many points you have, or exclamation point top to check who is in what place. And then you do exclamation point redeem plus the code, and you get an arena code. I've only got 4, so we'll see how that goes. Timmy, you got 150 points, so Timmy has 0 points and is ranked 2 out of 5 on the leaderboard. Huh, that's weird. It says you have 150, but I don't know why it says you have 0, so I would ignore that. You could try to redeem and see what happens. Anyway, let's get this ooze. This ooze is the truth. So it's going to be double green, however, but we'll fight for it. What's the code? Scroll back in the chat a little bit. I mentioned it right there. What does it contain? What does the arena code contain? What does it contain? It's one arena code that has a card. It's a random card, I believe, to play on Arena. Okay, so here you just went to it, you're gonna pass. It wants a permission to go through my search history and delete my chat. What? That's so weird. Okay, yeah, I think I have a better way to do that. Okay, if we just pause a quick moment, let me just pause to check my loyalty thing. There should be a better way to do this. Just one moment. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way for everyone. Even though I read all the documentation, it's like it doesn't tell me everything. And that's why I have some loyal people on the chat there to help me how to do this. So, redeem show alerts, dispense access code randomly, remove code once redeemed, redeem via chat. Redeem via chat. Redeem show alerts. Dispense access code, remove code redeemed, and then redeem via chat. Okay. Let me just check something. Yeah, so I'm just trying to fully figure it out. Let me come back to that in a moment. We'll get this working. I'll probably just send it to you normally through Discord, so we'll get that working. But let's get back to this pack here. Just that I teach at the Department of Corrections at NZ, and I don't want to. Yeah, exactly. No problem with that. I can send that to you privately on Discord. No problem. Let's get this volley to deal with flyers. We'll do this hybrid that can get larger. Gift of Strength. A big ol' ruin. Act of treason. Act of treason. The volley. How many volleys do I have? I have one volley. What else is here? Another act. The burning tree. Vandal. Burn bright. Another gift. Another creeper. You can have these cool combat tricks. Rubble Belt Recluse is the only 6/5. That was the only card available. We have a Deface, which would go... Actually, I guess vaguely playable. This Brush Strider, it's a 3/2, gains 2 life. That's a funny goat. And back to the runner. Another runner. I got so many of these runners. Another gift, I guess. There's the Act of Treason. And the Fire Wheel. And last card is not important. Okay, well, we're going to craft this deck in just a moment. We're going to do two things. We're going to do another real-life card giveaway. And then I'm going to do something... website related. So let's switch back over to the card cam. This is going to be... I hope it's a good deck. So here's the new cards that we're about to give away. And for the most drama, we're going to start from the back. So this is a preview card for the original Conspiracy set. And so it's a card, but it looks like there's a card on top of it. So this is just saying that there's a new set coming out. Something, a new spin on something drafting. Exciting new abilities like something, 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 and something. Something up new ways to defeat your opponents, creatures. Uncover hidden agendas. And for the first time ever, something, something. So this is like teasing people so hard about this new set that's coming out, Conspiracy. Now again, this is back from 2014. But whoever will win this card, plus a bird. You get to put a bird on it. So you get a bird token. Then you get a forest. Cool, scary forest. And then this is either a rare or mythic. Could be a foil, it could be a planeswalker, and this is a Krufix, God of Horizons. So a mythic, rare, indestructible god will be won by someone. It's a 4/7 for 5 mana, and devotion has to be 7. And then after that, you have no maximum hand size. If unused mana would empty from your mana pool, that mana becomes colorless instead. Wait, what do we do? What does this do? If unused mana would empty, that mana becomes colorless. I can't quite think about how that would be useful, but I don't have any experience with Journey into Nyx, so fine. You get still a 4/7 indestructible with an unlimited hand size, so the Reliquary Tower, right? Anyway, these are the things that people will win. A bird, a Conspiracy preview card, a forest, and an indestructible god. We're going to do this the same way. One more time. We will let the Lords of Chaos... we will let the Lords of Chaos guide us. And now there, everyone in the chat, pick a number between 1 and 20. We will roll the random number generator, and the closest person to the number wins these mythic rare cards, plus the ancillary stuff. And so the time for voting is going on right now. Got a few lurkers in the chat. You should join in on this. We have so far 10 for Timmy, 17 for Stevie, 11 for Mark. We'll give a couple more moments to have people pick a number. In the meantime, I'm going to pick one of these vintage Commander cards that I've got here. Ooh, look at this. This is one of my win conditions for this vintage card. This is the 5th edition Time Bomb. 4 casting cost artifact. During your upkeep, put a time counter on Time Bomb. Eventually, pay 1 and sacrifice it. Time Bomb deals to each creature and player an amount of damage equal to the number of time counters on Time Bomb. I have not been able to make this work yet on any of my Commander games yet. But that's one of the win conditions. Let me do something here. Let's switch over here to the web browser and let me turn on my webcam. There we go. Okay, so this card, Time Bomb, I have both versions of it. There's the classic. Oh, I forgot this came out on Ice Age. There's the classic Ice Age art from Amy Weber. Very interesting. And then the one that I have at the moment is the 5th edition one. So it looks like that. That's by George Pratt. I'm pretty sure I have Armageddon Clock in the deck as well. Let me just check here. Yeah, I think I've also got Armageddon Clock in the deck. During your upkeep, put 1 Doom counter. At the end of your upkeep, deals X damage to each player. During your upkeep, during any upkeep, anyone may pay 4. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've also got that one in the deck in here. Those are my 2 win conditions of the deck that I have. Yeah, I've also got where's the camera? I've also got one of these little guys in the deck. So this is quite important in the deck. Again, I'll show a little bit more of that deck a little later, and I'm still kind of trying to put most of it together. But let's get back to the card camera, and I think everyone that was gonna vote voted. So I love how it tells you which format the card legal has. Yeah, definitely. This Scryfall is amazing. Proud sponsor of the stream. One day, I wish. Yep, I'm gonna totally show this old school heaven now. It's a 5th edition Necropotence. It's not an original Ice Age one, although I do have that in the collection. But okay, so all the numbers have been picked. To recap, 10, 17, and 11. Here we go. Who's gonna win that indestructible god? That is a 7. It's really hard to see here. I swear that's a 7. Let me see if I can put it there. Yeah, that's a 7. That's the one that's facing up. Just hold on. Don't move it. Yep, that's a 7. That is a 7. It just tilted right now. This was moving, so I needed it to fall in the corner here, but that was a 7. And let's see who had the 7. If you go back over here, let's go back on the numbers. We had 10, 17, and 11. So that would be... Yeah, that's Timmy. Even if it's a 7 or an 8, Timmy is the closest one to that. So the random number generator might not look perfectly, but from my angle I can't see it, but when I'm showing it to the camera it's slightly off. When I saw it here it was a 7. Even if it's an 8, it's still there. So okay, Timmy, you won the god and the bird and the forest. So yep, there you got him right there. So I just saw that, I did see that you joined the Discord. That was you, right? That was my boy. And we'll be in touch about you getting those items. So congrats on that. Let me make one more note on the winnings. Congratulations on that. So okay, cool. Let's craft this deck a little bit more, and then I got something to show you community related, and then we'll keep playing. So that's what happens here on the good old VM Campos podcast, the good old VM Campos stream. Every Saturday we do fun stuff, community stuff, earn points, etc. Talk vintage magic. Okay, so let's put this deck together. The first number one thing is, let's change sleeves. This is one of the new things that changed. Now the sleeves are a little bit easier to get to. It shows you all the sleeves. No, I don't own all of these down here. These are locked. But hey, maybe I should get a Gruul sleeve for this Gruul deck, although it's kind of expensive. So what I did get recently was Rakdos sleeves. I like how that one kind of like sparkles and stuff. Really cool. There's the World Championship sleeve. A couple of World Championship sleeves. Those are cool. We've got the kitties. Got the Demir. The Egg, Fibblethip, a couple of anime planeswalkers. And black. So what does everyone think? What should I get? Black, Kiora, Vivian, Nissa, Fibblethip, Golden Egg, Demir. I forget what this one's called. Buried Treasure or something. OMG Kitties, World Championship, the Trophy, or Rakdos. Lot of cool ones to choose from. And what does the community say that we pick? Got one vote for the trophy. What does everyone say? So perhaps the trophy might be cool. Let's add the trophy. And then let's craft this deck. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We have 26 creatures. We need to bring this down to 16. The Sphinx one is really cute, isn't it? If we go back to look at that for a moment. Yeah, look at those cats. Okay, so let me cut for a moment the largest creatures. We'll do one of each. So many of these rubble belts. 2 acts of treason. Volley. I'm going to put the volley in the sideboard for the moment because we have sideboards. We have 3 spewers. I think I only need 1 or 2. We have a haste creature, Saruman's form, Wayfinder, Zertok, Gifts, Root Snare, Burning Tree, Bush Strider. Probably remove the Bush Strider. 2/3 Reach, Runner, Treason, Skewer, Locket, Smash. I'm going a little fast for the moment, but I'll slow down one moment. Gore Clan, Acrobat, Erinx, Recluse, Rend Horn, Ooze, and Crusher. Okay, I think that's still 19 creatures. Okay, I'm gonna take out the highest one right there, and we have 3 at 4 mana, and we have 4 at 5 mana. How many Riot creatures do I have? Because the Riot creatures work best with this Crusher. And so the Erinx has Riot. The Ooze makes +1s. The Rendhorn has Riot. Vandal has Riot. So I think I'm going to have enough Riot creatures that have counters so that this Bullrack can do its thing. $18 creatures. Okay, so this is a 6/5 for 5 mana that must attack. This is a 4/4 with haste. There's no way I'm cutting this Ooze. It's so amazing, it just makes more oozes. I mean, it makes oozes stronger and stronger. And then this 4/4 that could deal 2 damage if I remove counters from something else. A little bit lower, we've got the Erinx as a 3/3 with Riot. I think I'll take out this Spike Wheel. It's kind of fragile. I can probably pay the Spectacle cost pretty easily, but it can block only 2. Obviously, the dream is to have this attack with no blockers, but I think it's too fragile. 2/2 with Menace. 17 creatures, I can live with that. Maybe only 1 Spewer, since we don't have quite a lot of necessity to pay Riot costs. 1/1 with haste might not be too useful, but I personally like that kind of a creature, 1/1 with haste. Yeah, let's just do it with 1. And we're at 41 cards. Wow, I'm almost never at 40 or 41. I'm usually at 42. Besides that, let's look at one more time here. This can be a 2/2 in the beginning, or later it can be a 6/6. Wayfinder helps me cycle through things a little bit. Goblin. 2/2 with haste. Gift of Strength. Let's put 1 Gift of Strength. Okay, that takes us to 40 cards. Now, one more thing. In the sideboard, what might be important later. What I left in the sideboard was the Sagittar's Volley. So if we have a lot of flyers, I could board in this volley or a collision. So I think this will work. So we're gonna play. One moment. Let's do one more thing. Let me switch over to here. Okay, so people probably know I'm part of the Wizards Creator Program. I was accepted to that. This is how I'm able to give arena codes, because I complete challenges and then I earn some codes and then I pass on the codes to you, everyone in the chat. And there's a new challenge that I can do, which involves you, the community. Let me zoom in. So we've got this new challenge. Introduce the community, my community, to the creator program and have a discussion with them about what they want to see in both your content and the program itself moving forward. Do you or they have great ideas for future challenges? What kinds of rewards are you all interested in? What kinds of content? Share your thoughts. So I never did the 50 life thing. I'll see if I'm still eligible for that or not. But this is one that I want to do here, because this one will give me 50 codes to give to the community. So the way we'll do this is I'm going to clip this to submit to them, because I have to accept it and submit it. But we'll just talk together right here in the chat for a moment to plan what we'll say, because I need to talk to you all and you'll all reply and such. And just to confirm, when you your text appeared on the screen, right? Can you just say hello 1 2 3 or whatever? I need to, yeah, it is appearing. Okay, perfect. So to plan what we're going to do here, I'm going to ask you all, the community, I'm going to do a little quick intro. I'm going to ask you in the community there in the chat. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this and ask you what you would like to do, and then we'll just chat a little bit. No wrong answers or whatever. We're just going to chat about this. And this short little clip, I'll submit to them, and if they like it, they get some feedback to help improve the program, and I win 50 game codes, which I then pass on to you. So let's give it a shot right here. All right, everyone, so we're streaming, but I've got something for you here in the community. I want to hear from you. I'm part of the creator program, and that means I can do cool challenges and win codes that you will then earn. But what I need to ask you is, what should I do? What are some cool challenges that you would like to see me do to win rewards to pass on to you? So tell me about it right there in the chat. What's some kind of weird or cool or interesting types of rewards that you would like to see me do on the stream, that you would like maybe together for us to devise a certain deck, a certain strategy, anything, a brawl deck, a standard deck, a historic deck, drafting, I don't know. It's totally open right there in the chat. Tell me what you think. What kind of cool challenges might be useful for this creator program to earn some cool rewards to pass on to you. So hit me with them. While you're thinking, let me open up another vintage card right here that's in my vintage commander deck. This one is, actually let me just show it here on Scryfall. This one is Diabolic Vision. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest at the bottom of your library in any order. This is a sorcery. So this is one of the ones that I have here in my vintage commander deck. So ponder that card as you kind of tell me, what do you think there in the chat? What would be kind of an interesting challenge for me to do to earn game codes to pass on to you? You're a big fan of watching me draft. I like how you get our input when building the decks. Cool, thank you. But what kind of, like, in a challenge sort of way? What is a goal to accomplish? How can we together in the stream, I draft, yeah, but then, like, what are we striving towards? Like, Maybe together we will build like a monocolor draft deck and win one game with it. That might be an interesting challenge. You know, monocolor decks have their own sorts of pros and cons, and maybe together we craft a monocolor deck in draft. Is that even possible? It's going to depend on the deck, of course. Depends on how much life you lose. You have to eat a hot snack. Ha, that's kind of interesting. I know I like hot snacks. I kind of like that. Um, yeah, like we play a game, a regular game or whatever. Maybe I set up. Yeah. Maybe I set up like a life gain deck, and then play it and stuff. So the challenge could be eat a hot snack for every damage you take. That might be kind of fun. So I can get some flaming hot Cheetos and stuff, and then munch on them as I get damage. Kind of like how Lich's Mastery. Every time you get damage, you have to sacrifice a permanent or whatever. Right here, every time you get damage, you have to eat some hot snacks. I kind of like that. So that might be a kind of a cool idea to do there. That's the whole point of this talking with the community. Let's figure out some cool ideas for some future challenges. Any more ideas? Here's one more. Here's another vintage card that I have in this deck. I have a Zorin Orb. This is a 0 casting cost artifact. Sacrifice a land, you gain 2 life. So, you know, a totally black mentality. Glory from any means necessary. Sacrifice lands to give you life. So I could stream as Evil Mage. I think that might be a challenge in terms of we could be stream in cosplay. I think that could be a cool challenge. However you define cosplay, it could be a challenge to stream in cosplay and win one game in whatever your cosplay is. So Evil Mage is a wizard. So if I make like a wizard themed deck and cosplay a wizard and then win one game of wizards, if I get like some Dracula teeth and then create a vampire deck and win one, that could be the challenge. Okay, cool. We got some cool ideas for possible challenges. Now let me ask you this. What kind of rewards would people want from me completing these challenges? Right now at the moment is arena codes for a couple of random cards. But what do you all think there? What sort of things should a creator be able to win to then pass on to the community? What do you all think there? What are some good rewards that you would all be interested in earning after I win? And while we're thinking there, let's show another card over here, Ashen Powder. I've also got this card in my vintage deck. I have the Mirage version, however. Why is the 6th edition version more expensive than the Mirage? That's so funny sometimes. Like, the original printings of some of these cards are less valuable than the reprint. I don't know why. It's white border, and the original Mirage is black border. So anyway, this is the one that I have in the deck. Check out that amazing art by Jeff Darrow. Put target creature card from any graveyard, actually just opponents. Put target card from an opponent's graveyard into play under your control. So you steal your opponent's cards. So yep, my deck is a Dimir deck about stealing stuff. Maybe some Wizards merch as a giveaway. Ooh, cool. Like what? So let's say I were able to complete some of these challenges, like the Hot Chip Challenge. And then I win. What kind of merch would it be? Like some buttons, or pins or like cool signed tokens or shirts. Obviously that's more of an investment, physical investment. But perhaps some merch for winning challenges. That sounds cool. T-shirts and hats. That's a possibility. Any more ideas on possible wins? Here's another card that I have here. The Arena League version of this is $4. So I've got the Tempest printing of Chill. Now I know that some of my opponents in Commander in real life are very vexed by this card. Red spells cost 2 more to cast. Button-up shirts and hoodies sounds cool. Let's say some... I haven't seen Chill in ages, yeah. So he's not in the chat at the moment, but Daybreak, when I play with him in Commander in real life, this devastates him because he has an Atali deck, so that's a mono red deck. So I've been able to play this like on turn 2 one time, and it totally devastated his strategy. And Stevie, he's got a Zakama deck, and so Zakama's red, white, and green. So sometimes this card works great. Now let me ask the community this. What kind of digital swag would you like? What kind of digital redemption codes? Use Blue Elemental Blast. You mean Red Elemental Blast. Red is 1 red mana, counter a blue spell. Blue Elemental is you use 1 blue to counter a red spell. So, what kind of digital prizes would everyone be interested in acquiring out of this creator program? Digital is obviously a little easier to fulfill, but you can get some cool stuff there. So what sort of like game codes or digital things would you be interested in winning if you... When I win, you win. A digital booster, that might be cool, yeah. If I win one of these challenges, I cosplay and win a game, I win 10 digital boosters, and then the community wins them. That's kind of cool idea there. So then digital boosters I think might be a cool thing. So the last thing that I've got that I'll show, then we'll get back to the Pepe Garcia. Thank you for voting on that. I think that sounds cool. Yeah, booster codes. I think winning some booster codes would work pretty well. So that might be some good idea for that. So cool. Yeah, booster packs. So let's get back to the gameplay one moment. But this is one more card that I've got in my vintage Commander deck, Mystic Remora. Cumulative upkeep of 1, but every time my opponent casts a non-creature spell, I draw a card. So that's going to do some cool ramp right there. So, okay, well, everyone, let's get back to the gameplay, but thank you so much for giving me some feedback about some possible cool rewards to pass on to wizards. So I'm going to recommend that let's get some other kinds of rewards there. We got some cool feedback about types of challenges and types of rewards, so very cool, thanks. Okay, let me switch back to the gameplay. Mystic Remora, yep. Got one of those. I have like an old vintage beat up one, and then one that's in a little better condition. So that one was never been reprinted. Okay, so let's play here. So we're battling TW12. And I go first. Okay, I got stuff to do here. Turn 1, Tin Street. Turn 2, Zertaw. Turn 3, Savage Smash. Let's see if we can get some Gruul shenanigans going on. So how's everyone been doing so far on the gameplay? Actually, let's do one of these while my opponent is taking 1,000 years to think. Let's do one of these Q&A questions. One of these ones that really make you think. So what day is it today? It's the 14th, right? Actually, it's the 5th. It's already 1:40 in the morning? What? Anyway, so what do you not want to talk about? So, okay, that's the question of the day right here. Where's my camera? Right there. That's the question of the day. This is sort of like a journal diary sort of thing. Interesting topics to think about. And this is like asking the stream this question. It's like, that's hilarious. But if anyone wants to share, I'll just go to another question. So the question is, what do you not want to talk about today? Okay, let's ask a real question. Yeah, what's up with my opponent? Did their thing? You don't want to talk about it exactly. Okay, let's talk about. Okay, here's another very thought-provoking question. This was yesterday's question. What is true? Very philosophical question. Very answerable, but philosophical. What is true? Let me see. I'm gonna say love is true. I think once you experience it and find someone in your life that makes you feel those great feelings, I think that is a true and beautiful thing. I think everyone can find an aspect of it. It doesn't have to be with a person. My cat is also amazing, and that counts. So I think that's one thing that's true. Another thing that's true is that I think my opponent's internet crashed. Another thing that's true is that people are going to time out on Arena like that. There's more planes in the ocean than submarines in the sky. That is true. More planes in the ocean than submarines in the sky. That is completely true and very morbid. Yeah, are we going to get our first win here by just timing out? Okay, crew, we did it. We won the first one. Oh, you know what? This also ranks you up? What am I doing? Of course I did ranked. I thought for a moment I did sealed. I am going nuts. That was an easy win. Which then makes me think, wait a minute. I still had it in my mind that I was doing best of 3. So, let's look at the deck again, because I put things in the sideboard, and we have no sideboards. So what I put in the sideboard was Sagittarius Volley to destroy a flyer, and I think instead I want to swap that in for a Gift of Strength, because I was thinking I had a sideboard, and the only way to deal with sideboards at the moment is via collision. Maybe the Slinger, it's 2/3 reach, and the Gift of Strength gives your creature reach. Yeah, let me take out that gift and instead put in 1 volley, even though I have 3 of them, because I thought I had sideboards, and that was going to be not good. That destroys a creature with flying. Okay, there we go. Back to the gameplay. We have 1 easy win, so let's go on. While the next match appears, here's what the question was for Friday the 13th. If you could add 1 hour to your day, what would you do with it? Now that already happens. We have the daylight savings time transition, right? Which reminds me, at the beginning of the stream, Mark, you had said, oh, you're here early. Well, the US changed daylight savings time, so it's a normal time for me, but I guess a little earlier for you. We're now, I don't even know, Pacific Daylight Time, Pacific Standard Time. I don't know. I hate the time change anyway. That's why I was early. But the question there on Friday the 13th was, what would you do with an extra hour in the day? I think it's very common for people to say sleep. Ooh, there's another beautiful hand. Let's keep that. Turn 1, Tin Street. Turn 2, Silhana. Hopefully that gives me the final land. You hate it too, you should. And I got a hello there. I'll hello them as well. Now, I am a bronze player, and I'm getting teamed up against a gold player. Do you notice that? So that either means that there's not a lot of people to draft against, or it means that my deck is so good, it's pairing me up with a gold player. You should change back to it when we don't have it. You'd love that. Okay, so that's a nice goblin you have there, Y3K, Y3K, but your goblin is actually going to join my squad for a moment. Oh, snap. You get more housework and carving done. Yeah. Okay, next turn. I'm not ready to summon my ooze yet. And they're missing land drops. Okay. So let's make that unblockable just to keep pinging them in. Next turn I can do my ooze and that might be game over. They're missing land drops, which is not fun. But now they have their third land, so this is probably going to be that one Rubble Runner or something. 3 mana. Are they going to treason me? Are they going to X1 it? Fine, let's just do this for no reason. Believe you figured out the pairings on Arena. It matches to the people that are near our rank or a tiny bit higher. Most likely. Yeah, I'll let that get hit, no problem. Don't need unblockable, getting a little bit of mana. Getting a little bit of mana. That card is amazing, look at that. For the price of 1, I have 2 3/3s. Next turn I'm going to sink some mana into it, and then it's going to be even bigger, if it survives a lightning strike. The opponent is looking at my creatures and quivering in anticipation. Okay, they have a 4/4, fine. That's a 3/3, that's fine. I'll just block with a blocker. We will activate that ability. I need 3 green, what? Okay, 3 green, never mind then. Okay, so I need 1 more green, and then I'll be able to make more oozes, but at least here that gets bigger and bigger. And I have a root snare in case I need to fog. Uh-oh, they're going to do something impressive here. They're going to not attack. Okay, that's fine. If I get my... that's not 1. Okay, well. If I haste, I have a 2/2 that they have to double block. They have to block with that Saruman. And they might have a combat trick. You had a game with the kids. I schooled them on the rampage mechanic. What rampage cards did you have? No combat trick. Okay. Acceptable. Or maybe they're saving that combat trick to like double. Okay, that's a 4/4. Yeah, come at me. I guess not. And another land. Okay. So we have 2 cards in hand. We're not going to drop one of those. You use Craw Giant with Venom and Lure. Okay, so here, what I could do is I need to impulse draw here. So this will be fine that this will die, but I need to impulse draw. So let's discard a land and draw us a Gruul Locket. Okay. Which can eventually be cracked, but I'm going to save that so that I can Root Snare. Let's see if my ooze eventually can do its thing. So they probably have a combat trick here. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Okay. That's what I want. I'm going to do no blocks. See if they do a pump spell. Well, it doesn't matter now. They niced me on that. So they have a lot of mana, and then that's a big old creature. Okay. Are you sure about that? Yeah, usually that creature's huge. Yes, I know. But this time, mine was huger. There we go. This is what we want. Nice. So yeah, that hasty worm, it came in as a 4/5. Choose up to 1. Okay, so you're going to definitely riot and then you choose one. So they rioted to make it a 5/6. Okay. But then target creature fights. And they fought my 7/7. So 7/7 versus a 5/6. Okay. Acceptable. That can haste in as a 3/3. Okay, so they're gonna block my 8/8, and then that will do 3 damage. Actually, I can haste both of these. Yeah, I can haste both of these. These might be GG. So this was Gruul versus Gruul, and Gruul won. And Gruul won. There we go, Y3K, Y3K. Alright, so that worked. Totally good. They did have mana troubles at the beginning, unfortunately, but then they were able to bring everything back. So that was fair and square. This is my first copy of Sphinx of New Prav. Interesting. So let's go. 2 wins. Amazing. You told me those colors were strong, and I believe it now. I'm sure I believed it before, it's just that I kind of forgot. It's very easy to forget in my old age. Next up, we're battling Kins 1204. We have a locket. This is all 3, and as long as we get a green... Well, that biogenic is not going to... Not going to be able to get that too easily. This might be a slow format. That locket is going to mana fix. So this will be all right. Okay, so they start with a 1/1. There's a root snare, wrong color. So let's see if we don't get the magic karma angry at us. We played a first opponent that just timed out. We played a second opponent where they mana screwed, and now let's see if we don't get that, although, you know, this locket will mana fix. I can adapt. So they're going with Simic. They can adapt, then it will have them Impulse Draw. Okay, well. Playing with an opponent, I wish I had the little timer here, the chess clock timer, to see how long they're taking, because we're barely about to do second turn. Okay, if I do third, let's see, if I get a forest, I'll bring out the runner, so I have some blockers. If I don't get a forest, I'll bring out the locket. I have a 3/2 with life. Okay, so not a forest. We need to... Well, we could also do a 2/1. So then I can impulse draw. I might throw away the wrecker. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do haste and then get rid of this. And there's the forest. Okay. So they'll probably not block it. They have plenty of life. Then I have a root snare when they 3, 4, 5, 6. They're gonna do a big attack very, very soon because they'll be able to adapt that Biomancer into a 2/2. It'll be 3, 4, 5, 6. That'd be 7 in total, cutting it close. 2 cards in hand. Now you cannot adapt... Ooh, Zagana, that's not good. I guess... They probably don't have too much valuable, so I just need blockers here. So let's come in as a 4/4. Hopefully they don't have any combat tricks in, like, return stuff to hand. I'll be able to take out Zegana. They haven't been doing their Benthic because the Benthic is draw a card, then discard, and I guess now they will. And I know sometimes people don't want to do that discard. Okay, so KNS 1204 is thinking very hard. They didn't want that Wayfinder even though they could summon it now. But maybe they got some cool combat tricks. Okay, no attacks, great. So, one more land here. Let's bring out another blocker. What I could do is remove a counter from my Erinx to do 2 damage. I could save that trick for a little later. So I guess their Zagana can do something, or why does it pause for... Well, I guess they have something in hand. If I can get one more forest, that Biogenic Ooze comes into play. Well, I guess I have to drop my Locket. That'll give it to me. Lizrog. Hilarious. That's a 5/5. So I should be able to Gruul Locket and Root Snare. So okay. So let's let another turn pass. Let's see if they go all in. They'll tap out. I'll Root Snare. Although I could block and kill stuff. I'm at 10 life after all, so doing one Root Snare will just maybe save me for a moment. We're going to adapt Zagana. Fine. That's an 8/8 with Trample. Fine. So my Erinx can become a 7/4 with Trample. Okay, so then I get that second forest. And okay, I'll probably have to double block some things. So both Zagana and the Lizrog have Trample, so that's not good. Okay, so let's say they attack with that 8/8. I will double block. I gotta double block. Okay, so that's getting even larger. That's a 7/6. Trample. Okay, this is game over. Just go all in. Why do you need to tap each thing? So okay, GG on that. Let's go on to the next one. It just didn't work out in time. They had all of their... They had that trample stuff coming in, so that was going to be very hard to deal with. Okay, let's go on to the next one. This is Apocalypse Boy. That's not how you spell apocalypse, but I guess they're being ironic. I just need one red mana, and that Wayfinder will help me get it, so We'll go with that. Okay, so we're in business. We've got the red mana. Third turn. My opponent's a little slow, which is fine. We'll go with Shock and Awe. That's 4 damage. Discard a card. Decline. Next land. I could do the Wrecker. They have a 1/4 blocker. Fine. Let's get rid of that. Target creature you control, and then they control. One more land. If I had... decline. So... the field is clear. We got a couple of 2/2s. The field is very clear. Nice. And... I'll have a 6/5 already. Oops, here's a counter spell or something. Yeah, this is going a little fast, but they might have something big coming soon, or some sort of cool bring to power. Okay. And then a 1/3. Okay. I get to have trample here, so... but I don't have enough for both. Yeah, let's just go for it. I can only do one of them. Maybe we'll get an instant here. Yeah, let's see if we get... no, we got a land! Okay, anyway. So, they're gonna block... I'm going to +4. That has trample. I have 1 life. I have a forest. Okay. Apocalypse Boy. That's a 3/6. Oh man, okay, so they do have a blocker. Fine. Well, there's my final riot. You have 2 blockers, I have 3 attackers. If that had lifelink, then it would have they would have survived. Okay, so we got it. Nice. Love that riot. GG on that. Alright, so chat, what should we do? Should we play one more game of... should we play the next game now? Or should I show more of my vintage commander deck? What do we want to do here? Play another game? We will play another game, yes, but do we want to play a game or see some more cards from that vintage commander deck? We gotta vote for show vintage. More vintage. Okay, let's do another vintage. Let me just put some cool music in the background. Some cool arena music. Okay, we'll switch over to the card cam. So here's some more cards in here. So yes, there was the Felden's Cane right there. Reshuffle your graveyard back into your library, then exile. We've got then the opposite, Library of Leng, 1 mana. Skip your discard phase. Whenever a spell or effect forces you to discard, you may instead discard the card to the top of your library. So amazing. And then my last one here, Tormod's Crypt, 0 casting cost artifact. Sacrifice it to remove all cards from target player's graveyard from the game. So exile the opponent's graveyard. These are in the sideboard. I'm thinking of putting them in the deck as necessary. I had this one in the deck, but it doesn't work as well as one thinks. This is Mundungu, 3 mana in total. Tap to counter a spell, unless that spell's caster pays an additional 1 and 1 life. So early on, you pay 3 mana, and then, you know, spells of 3 and 4 could be countered because you have to pay 1 more. But I'll probably remove this one. I love the art, and the concept of countering on a creature is amazing. City of Brass. So here we have the Chronicles, City of Brass. When you tap it, it deals 1 damage to you, and you get a mana of any color. I'm putting the Ice Age lands in the deck, so we got Ice Age swamps and islands. What are you trying to do with the deck? Mostly have fun. It's not focused a lot on like a big strategy. The big win conditions are Time Bomb, Armageddon Clock, Pestilence, and a couple like mass damage sorts of things. Take out everyone at once. I have Unfulfilled Desires, 3 mana enchantment, tap, pay 1 mana and 1 life, draw a card, then discard a card. That one is from Mirage. Amazing art. Who did that art again? That was Alexander Gregory. Very cool. Good old Brainstorm. Ice Age Brainstorm. It's the fixed Ancestral Recall. So 1 blue mana to instantly draw 3 cards, and then take 2 cards from my hand and put them back on the library in any order. Then I've got the islands. Have a Dissipate counterspell with Richard Kane Ferguson art. So this is from Mirage. Counter target spell, and then exile the card. The flavor text. If you weren't born with it, you don't need it. Let's see, a couple more here. Here's a classic from Mirage. Reality Ripple. 2 mana instant. Target artifact, creature, or land phases out. This could be devastating. You can do this on a land. Now you have to do it at the right time. You cannot do this on the main phase, because if you try to phase out their land, in response they'll tap it for mana and keep the mana. So messing with people's lands, you've got to do this in the upkeep. Untap upkeep. At the end of your upkeep, I phase out your land. So if they do tap it for land, the phase ends and the mana goes away because changing of phases. If you've got a big creature coming at you, phase it out and it disappears until the next turn. We'll do 2 more cards here, then we'll get back to some gameplay. Scroll Rack. So I've got a couple of tutors. Explain phase for the others. So phasing is that basically a thing ceases to exist completely. It's not exiled. It just doesn't exist. And it phases back in before your untap step. So that's a little weird thing about it. So even before you're untapped, your things phase out. Something that is phased out phases in, it exists again. Something that exists phases out, doesn't exist. So pretty much phasing, it's like a temporary exile, but it goes beyond exile. It just doesn't exist. Merchant Scroll. I have a couple of tutors here. No, not demonic tutor, but I have Merchant Scroll. Search your library for a blue instant. Reveal that card to all players and put it into your hand. So go fetch a counter spell, go fetch a brainstorm, etc. Go phase a reality ripple. Lastly here, then we'll get back to some gameplay. Part of the other sort of the point of the deck is just big, weird, fun creatures, such as Spirits of the Night from Mirage. This is by Cliff Nielsen. 9 mana, legendary 6/5 with flying, trample, protection from black, first strike when attacking, and haste. So let's read that again. Haste, first strike, protection from black, so it cannot be murdered, trample, and flying. Look at that amazing epic creature. That's one of the win conditions of the deck. It's just huge, scary creature. I win. We'll show some more cards in a little bit. Let's get back to some gameplay. Oops, let's get back to... Let's get back to the gameplay. 3 wins already. Okay, while the next opponent comes up, then I'll have Flood. This one was very good. You're hoping hoping to have Black Knights in that deck. I don't have Black Knight in there. I could put it in there. I've only got 1 copy of 4th edition. I have a 5th edition one, I think. I feel it's cool. It's a classic card, but I don't feel it's a heavy hitter enough. It's a lot of a control deck to then bring out the big creatures. So I don't have like a lot of low creatures. Okay. Dodger, Locket, Ooze. We can do it. Volley in case they've got a flyer. Okay, silence. So I could skewer the critics. I said silence the critics. I could skewer the critic right away or save it for a rainy day. Yeah, the ooze is turning up a lot, but it's been kind of a little difficult to cast. Okay, if I'm going to make my Dodger unblockable so that I can cast Skewer to get rid of that, because it'll just get bigger. And then next turn, I could have maybe summoned the ooze actually, because if I dropped a regular land, if I got the locket, then I dropped the land. Yeah, I would have had enough for the ooze. Whoops. I'm living too much of that gruel aggro life. Steeple creeple. Okay, so let's see if they block that 1/1. Nope, okay. That can become a flyer if they dump all their mana into it. Okay, so they're pausing. Are they going to play a land? Do they have a counter spell? if they... Okay, that's what I want actually. This will be perfect. I'll get to use my mana very efficiently here. Take that one out, and then on my turn the ooze. And suddenly I have 2 3/3s. That Gruul aggro life. Exactly. I need some merch. Well, that wouldn't be officially... That wouldn't be licensable. I wouldn't be able to use that from the... officially from Magic. Uh-oh, they're looking at all my stuff. Okay, so if my main ooze survives, I can then generate another one since I've got the double green. It was a very good idea to get that locket. They have 4 mana. What they could be planning is they have 4 mana. Yeah, we will just let that go through. That's fine. So that I can have 3 oozes, unless they do something to my daddy ooze. Okay, who cares? Let's... Aw, man, I forgot again. I need 3 freaking green mana. Okay. Let's... just get aggro right here. I guess I should have also thrown in that dodger. Alright, they would rather take 4. I can still do... Can I still do that volley? Can't be blocked with creatures, with small creatures. Okay, that's fine. Let's block that 4/2. And that's a 3/3. Okay. So once again, let's go for that Gruul life. So that'll be 8 damage. They have to block. Okay, so they're gonna go all in. I can block that, and I'm left with 1 life. Oh, never mind, that adapts. I don't know why I thought for some reason that adapting could only work on as a sorcery. Okay, well, when you live by the Gruul, you die by the Gruul. So 3 action. So overall, the deck has been working cool. The deck has been fun. There's just been a thing or two that maybe a misplay or something, but it's working well. Okay, next turn I can bring out the runner, then I'll have a 3/3 blocker. Although they're playing at least, they probably can kill something, so I think this will be okay if we bring out the locket. I wonder if they are doing a mono red. Okay. I think you have a 2/2, and I have a 2, and I have a 3/3. Yeah, it could have gone either way. There we go, there's their black mana. And they probably have combat tricks. If I let it go through, I've got more life, so I'll be okay. But they'll probably do something. Yeah. So most likely there's a combat trick here. Oh, never mind. Target opponent can't block. Okay. I forgot about the Clamor Shammer. That's what that can do, eh? And then they're going to bring out a 3/3 with Menace. Okay, you have a 3/3, and I have a 3/3. Here's a new thing that they added to Arena. Whenever someone says nice, now you can do thanks. So I don't doubt that there's still some combat tricks here that I need to deal with, so... Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. Okay, well... I guess... Instead of taking 5 damage, I'll just take 3. So I'm waiting for that final forest. You got a death touch, okay. There's one more red mana, that's probably... Okay, let's see... Let's see what we can do here. I like that shade a lot. Okay, definitely have to take out that freaking shaman, so let's just get rid of that. Nope, they have a first strike combat trick. Oh, okay, at least that wasn't first strike. So, okay, well, we need blockers. But at least we remove that issue. This is game over. Okay, so they got the ooze was cool, but it was just kind of hard to get to because of the double mana requirement, and then you needed 3 mana, 3 green plus 1 more to make more oozes. So that didn't work out. But okay, we got 3 wins, 300 gems, and a Ravnica booster. Let's crack that Ravnica booster. Let's see what fun stuff is there. Ravnica Allegiance came out at the beginning of 2019, a whole year ago. They already had all of these cards already. And then got an Awaken the Erstwhile. Yeah, 3 is better than none. So I've been streaming for 3 hours and 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Right now it hit it exactly. When I looked over here, 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Wow. I'm probably going to wrap it up very soon, but let's just play one more of this Erebos Brawl deck. This event is only available, I think, for like 2 or 3 days, and might as well work it. So Burning Dart. Yeah, let's see how many points you have at the moment. Okay, so Unclaimed Territory, Vampire. Next turn, Celebrant. Hopefully I get a 3rd turn for some of these ramps. Now, Klothys is pretty amazing because hard to believe it's been 3 years now that you got into Magic. Time flies. Okay, so I need my 3rd land. Klothys is 3 mana. That's so good. Yeah, the points thing is an automatic thing. So I missed another land drop. And yes, there's plenty of lands in the deck. So will they go for their Klothys? Yes, they will. Missing another land drop. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so if I get my 3rd land, I'm gonna get the Forerunner. I know I need mana, but I need to do things. The Forerunner will let me tutor for vampires. Bishop requires 4. Guess I'll keep this kind of efficiently. We have been playing on and off since the Green Grizzly Bear starter deck days. Guardian Project is amazing. Okay, let's do this again. I had a horrible hand and I then tutored for the wrong thing, so that's just gonna waste my time. Let's try that one more time. Now, one thing to remember is that there is a free mulligan. I forgot about that. So the hand I kept wasn't amazing. And I forgot there's a free mulligan in Brawl. This is kind of interesting. When I did top, people have different points on different platforms. So I could do Fabled Passage to get 1 black mana, then have an Arcane Signet. Crazy Cynical 290. Welcome, Are you there in the chat, hanging out, watching some Magic? Now, who am I battling against? Okay, Torbran. I gotta save this Mortify for that. That's like an automatic kill. Cavalcade. Signet. Okay, next turn, maybe land, maybe Locket. Krenko, okay, well, I need to... get rid of Krenko. That's gonna make a lot of duplicates, and then with Torbran out next turn, plus that Cavalcade, that's what I needed to do, because now that we're getting Torbran, that would be catastrophic. So it looks like they were missing their land drops. They have a treasure, so Torbran's next, and I have no more removal, so that's not good. Right, this is gonna hurt. I don't think we're gonna make it on this one. I'm missing the removal. Next turn they're gonna summon Torbran, and then they're gonna attack with the Ginger Brute and the Goblin. Each of those is gonna trigger the Cavalcade a whole bunch. Torbran's gonna do also a massive thing. I doubt that they'll use their... Oh, okay. I guess they're pretty confident. Are you sure you wanted to do that? You just destroyed your own land? Reading the card explains the card. Discard your hand, yep. Yeah, I don't think they really wanted to do that, because now they're much further away from Torbran. Alright, well, for that hubris... Yeah, that was a big misplay for them. Well, they get to draw 3 cards here, so even if they get their cards, there's still one more land until Torbran. All right, this is a big ol' scary vampire. They have a pyromancer. Okay, so the Haunt of Hightower. This is the buy a box. Flying lifelink. Whenever it attacks, defending player discards a card. Whenever a card is put into the graveyard, it gets a +1. Well, it got another +1 because their Saga got discarded. So, not a, they should have maybe brought out that Torbran. Unblockable. Okay. So that's 3 damage from the Fate. Attacking in the air. It's Hotel Transylvania. They get to discard. They discard a land. That becomes a 6/6. That's got lifelink. Back to 13. Guess I'll do this to adamant it. Oh man, that wasn't enough for adamant. Whoops. Okay, disenchant will let me take care of their flyer. Got 1 life. And they didn't have a final shock in hand to finish me off. Okay, well, I think on a high note, that's when we've got to wrap it up. I've been 3 hours 44 minutes streaming. I think that's a good amount. I need to make a note to submit that clip to Wizards about stream elements suggestions. So 199 versus 260 points. So the whole point of the points is you can then redeem it for those codes, but then it but then the redemption process was kind of dumb, right? It was too intrusive and such. But if you type exclamation redeem, how do you spell redeem? Redeem, and then MTG code. What did I call it? MTGA code. Let me confirm. What did I call my codes? There should be a way to look it up easily. Just one moment. Store. I should probably call the name of the code to be what the redemption code is. MTGA code. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call my item the name of the code so that I know what it is. It was MTGA code. Okay, yeah, so if you would like to do redeem MTGA code, you will get a code. So I have access code, sound effects, Steam perk. You're going to save up your points. Okay, very nice. What else do we have here? We have one more thing. Going to start one more poll right here. There's a brand new poll that should appear on screen. Actually, it's still doing the asterisk thing. I thought I saw a place where I could thought I saw a place where I could... Whoops, is my stream crashing? So I'm just trying to do a couple of things at once. If I'm not talking too much, I'm just trying to figure out these things. I'm thinking that maybe, where is it? I think, just a moment, I'm trying to find a spot here. Alert box. There was a spot over here somewhere. Profanity filter. I'm gonna turn that off temporarily. Obviously this poll is not profanity, but for some reason it's blocking it out. So we'll just do one more quick test here. I'm going to stop the poll. So back to polls, close poll. Complete poll. Okay, I'm going to start the poll one more time. And let's see if that becomes asterisks again. Yeah, it's still asterisks. Weird, so I don't know what... I don't know why on screen it doesn't display properly, but in the chat window it does. And then the other messages appear fine. Yeah, the other messages, I don't know if it's a multi-line thing or what, but no, the result appears on multiple lines. Yeah, the result appears on multiple lines. I'm not sure what it's doing. So okay, we will say that so I won the Timuret sleeve. Okay, so we'll say 3.5 hours. You know what? I'm at 350. I think I get some rewards as well if I do a 4-hour stream. Let's do a 4-hour stream. I'm 10 minutes there. I'm about to get there, so let's go back. Let's play a little bit more. Let's play a little bit more. Because there's so many of these rewards. And one of them is like a 4-hour stream. So I'm just 10 minutes away from a 4-hour stream, so we might as well go for it. Okay, so we're dealing with a heavy hitter here. Uro is a great one. But I have a murder, so once that finally comes back, Temple of Silence will let me scry. I have a ley line turn 1. And good night as well, Stevie, and thanks for everyone for visiting so far. If you're new to the stream, every Saturday at 11 p.m. Pacific time is Magic Arena. Okay, let's see here. We're going to scry. guess here it's time for an area list. Turn 4 Sanctum Seeker. Okay, so they're going to be able to double cast something. A spell, I mean an instant or sorcery, right? When you cast a spell with the name card, choose it, draw 2 cards. Okay, never mind. So this is kind of like an interesting sort of like, what does it really do? It just lets you draw 2 cards. You scry, it draws you 2 cards. Okay, they're going to do an Uro here. Okay, so Sanctum Seeker, attack with an area list, gain life, it gets larger. It's a 3/4. Now they will get to double cast. I mean, they will get to draw 2 cards, I mean. Okay, I can... Let's get this Evolving Wild going forward. Revenge won't do much yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, let's get rid of that right away because... man, I won't be able to Cruel Celebrant at the same time. If I had 1 untapped mana... I should have dropped that Swamp instead. Well, anyway. Let's get rid of that, because everything's going to come in huge. 2 life gains. Double on that. Okay. Look at the top card of each player's library. What is it? The top... look at the top card of each player's library. Okay, so they scry for themselves and for me. Well, not scry, but they get to look. So now they know what's coming, and then they'll auto-concede. Tome of Legends. Signet. Okay, they're just trying to build. And an Omen. Okay. So, next turn... I might be able to do the Revenge here. I might be able to end it. Yeah, I can probably end the game right here. Double my life total. Target opponents becomes half their life. Okay, never mind. So, vampires. Vampires gonna vamp. That takes us to 3 hours and 56 minutes. And there's the final one, Erebos Bleak-Hearted. So I won all 3 of those, but let's play a little bit more with that deck. Let's see some more vintage cards here. This is Portent from Ice Age. Actually, it's the 5th edition one. Look at the top 3 cards of target player's library. Shuffle them, put them back how you want. Ooh, Smothering Tithe I need, but I also need mana. Shuffle that library and put those 3 cards on top in any order, and then draw a card. And they have their own Golden Goose. What are they trying to build here? Oh, Zakama. Okay, fun. So this will let us get to the right land. Next turn, Eben. Are they going to attack with a 0/2? So once I get that Smothering Tithe, I am in business. Although they might have Artifact Destruction, or Enchantment Destruction. Banishing Light, okay, fine. I'd rather you grab that than my Tithe. There's a Locket. I'm fine without the Locket for the moment. Next turn, Tithe. Brontodon. That destroys artifacts or enchantments. Okay. Let's put out something for them to destroy. Because wouldn't you know it, that they have a way to destroy my Tithe. Shall I? Not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're still far away. Okay, let's see about setting up our engine right here. Which is... You know what, actually... If I get my bishop, I can then exile their Shalai. Yeah, let's do that instead. They're still trying to ramp to Zakama. Not good. Alright, that's fine. I gotta take 6. So things have hexproof except the thing that gives hexproof. And it is just a 1/1. And I might as well go for it here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I guess that's it. Alright, great job, everyone. Italy came out from somewhere. Well, we're at 4 hours, but we can't leave the stream with a loss. So let's see if we can get a win. I swear this will be the last one. And I gotta wrap it up. Nicol Bolas. Okay, I don't want to play against that deck. I don't have any removal for that, so I'm not even gonna waste my time and my nerves on a Nicol Bolas completely optimized deck. So I want to play against fun decks. That Zakama was fun. But then I just didn't have any removal for it. And they managed to ramp pretty well. I guess I should have put out the Smothering Tithe and let that Brontodon get killed. Okay, so I can scry here to see what's next. And that Dawn of Hope is useful. Although I don't have too much flying going on, so not hugely useful. Okay, so they're going to get to steal something, but I'll be able to cast down, so... Fine. Alright, so we're dealing with a pirate deck. This might be cool to see what their strategy is. So let's set up a blocker. They could have Skullduggery here to take out my Aerialist. Yeah, they probably have some tricks. So instead, Gruesome Fate will get me some life. That's not a pirate card. One, two, three. So Gruesome Fate, I kind of forgot that it's a it doesn't gain me the life. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana in total. Actually, the icon doesn't. 3/3 first strike for 1 red mana. Nice. I think they're about to ascend. Yeah, they're about to ascend, so that'll be a 3/3. Unblockable. They're gonna attack with 3 pirates, and this is GG. Okay, well, so that's one way to do pirates. That icon of ancestry is cool. It gives all your pirates +1/+1, and once you have enough of those little critters, then you can steal. So they were about to steal my permanent, so they have their thing going on. I like Elenda a lot as a commander, but with 4 mana, you definitely have to ramp. But we're also 3 units away from the one more. What do you call that? The daily win. So we might as well get that one. We made it to 4 hours. We gave away some stuff. We won some sleeves, won some games of draft, and I'll just play a little bit more to get the final daily deals. Huh. No one plays Tezzeret. Hopefully this will be fun. So we got the Vanguard, the Vampire, the Signet. So we're going to deal with a Dimir Affinity deck. This is Tezzeret, the Buy a Box card. I just have to read this. Can't attack unless defending player has 7 in graveyard. Can't block unless you have 4 or more cards. Okay. So they'll probably start to do some mill soon. Dimir Locket. Oh yeah, that thing does that. Okay, so I need to have 7 things in my graveyard. Getting that gargoyle out quickly is very useful.
I will defend my allies.
So you get to have a swamp. I guess here these will just be a bunch of +1s. And that'll be an easy hit, but it won't grow my Gorger.
You are acting unwisely.
So I've only got 2 things in the graveyard, so that gargoyle can't attack yet. They have enough for Tezzeret. Deals X damage to each opponent, whereas there's a number of artifacts you control. So that'll be 3 damage.
This will end badly for you.
And then they gain 3 life.
Please stop.
Okay, that's actually smarter right there. Hilarious.
Concede.
That is some of the most over-the-top animations I've ever seen. That's the city's blessing. So we're going to be at a little bit of a stalemate here. Okay, at the least I've got the city's blessing. Hopefully that'll do some fun shenanigans. I can get a witching well. The wand. Did they misplay that? Because then they don't have any blue mana to bring out the well as well. So next turn I can get the Dusk Rose, but then that's not too impressive. Yeah, this is fine. I'm sure I casted enough black spells. I started to mana flood, nothing that important. 2 planeswalkers and a 5/4. GG, you got everything that you needed. Plus your planeswalker was about to ultimate, so we got the reward. Let's crack open that booster. And nothing that I love, but I'm getting closer to a wild card. Labyrinth of Scophos is cool. Okay, this time, for real, I am going to wrap it up. And yeah, I guess that was a Vampire Ox. So, thanks again. Well, we'll switch this way. We'll switch this way. Thanks everyone for visiting and hanging out on the stream. Everyone that made it to the end, appreciate it so much. I'll be back again next time. We'll do some more gameplay and so forth. Congratulations again, Mark, on the baby. And say hello to everyone there at home. And see everyone there next time. This has been VM Campos, and I'll see you next time.